Hello, hello. Wait, did I forget to update my title? Yeah, let me put you up there. Congrats on first. How have you been? How's your week going? Currently at your peak. That's good. What is your peak right now? Ascendant 2, that's nice. 1. You'll reach 2. If you're still going up, then yeah. Halfway to Ascendant 2. That sounds nice. We'll just wait for the ads to be over before starting. Hi, Mirai. Oh yeah, let me add you, Bob Colin, to my auto shoutouts. Hello, Mirai. How's it going? How have you been? Bonk. I have a bonk emote too. Thanks for the daily check-ins. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll just add Hom Dolan to my auto shoutouts list. Yeah, you should get a shout out from the next stream onwards whenever you speak up. But yeah, until then, let me give you a manual shout out. How are the two of you doing? Let me switch to my chatting screen. Hello. Hello, hello. How are you guys doing? Oh, we're back from the ads. Yeah, we're just gonna be playing some of the usual gacha games today while I test how the stream works on my new laptop. I hope it's fine. I hope there's no major issues until now. The redeems seem to be working. I think I managed to transfer my streamer bot stuff without any major scuff. Everything seems to be working fine as of now. So yeah, I think we can get into the games.
Is right up my alley.
Should we use this or should we use this? Let's use this one. Let me change my category to Genshin. All right. Unfortunately, I'm still stuck on like a single monitor setup because I accidentally ripped my HDMI cable. Like I ripped the
Many insects have
the
a
metal
compulsion
part
to
out
follow
of the
the light,
wiring
and humans are the same.
accidentally
Except we call that light.
while adjusting my monitor yesterday. So I should get a new cable like tomorrow or something. Hi Lily. Let me shout you out. Genshin, yes, we're playing Genshin. Let me add you to my auto shout out list too. I keep updating, I keep adding like a couple of new streamers every day to my list.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
Your game looks so smooth, my phone could never. Yeah, I just got a new laptop. My old one was struggling so much. Like, Genshin was fine for the most part, but there would be some stutters when like streaming. But Wuthering Waves was like, I was playing at like 10 FPS while streaming. It was so bad. But now it should be fine. We'll probably play a little bit of WoW 2 later, but yeah. For now, that's so based. Yeah. Ooh. I used that old PC for like 4 years or something, but it was time before all the RAM. I think the RAM prices are going down a little bit, but now SSD prices are going up. So before everything starts exploding in price, I mean, it's already exploded over the last like 6 months or so, but before it gets worse, I thought it's probably time to get an upgrade. Something had to go up. Yeah. It's really bad. I think the only reason the RAM prices are going down is because Google announced a couple of days ago that they came up with some kind of method which reduces the RAM uses for AI processing. So all of a sudden, all the RAM companies saw drops in their stock prices and market prices went down a little bit. But it might not last, it might go back up again. So let me turn my game volume down a little. Maybe my music a little bit too. Alright. Let's just do our dailies. Time to stock up those DDR5. Yeah, at least I got like, this one has 32 gigs of RAM. My previous laptop had like 16 and it was kind of struggling. 32 feels nice. Hi TV, how's it going? Hello Suki. How was Valorant? Oh wait, I also added this announcement for raiding. Nice. I forgot. Why did I suddenly get... Because you spoke up. I have the auto shoutout thing. I got wrecked. How many wins and losses did you get? Thanks for redeeming the daily tribute. 4 loss, 2 win. Oh no. How much RR are you down by?
Everybody stand back! Light of the blazing sun!
Is it too much to carry?
I'm at 20 RR. You're flat, right? Flat. 20 RR, 1 shield lost. Oh no. I haven't played ranked in so long. I don't even know how the shield thing works. Is it like it protects you from ranking down like 2 or 3 times or something? Oh my god, I'm respectfully looking at your chest, sir. Respectfully, I would say. Do you wanna look? Have a closer look? Just hit the gym. Me go eat. Alright. Have a good
Explorations and
food.
trials. Rev the engines!
Take my money, please. I'm feeling a bit shy now. Should I put on my coat? I need to protect myself from these lustful eyes.
Full throttle!
Wait, Suki, you didn't make the April Fool's version of my PFP. Weren't we supposed to do something for that? I guess you were busy. Only wait, I forgot. Yeah, I also just remembered. I've been sick the past few days. Oh, all good. And then my phone. Yeah, I saw your Discord status. So I had to buy a new one. Nice. I hope you got an upgrade. What phone did you get? If oh no, get up. If you don't mind sharing, of course. My phone's also like almost 4 years old now. I probably need an upgrade. But it's in pretty good shape. Aside from like a battery degradation, like the battery life is pretty bad. Especially because I have like my location sharing always on. Because I live alone, right? So it just gives my parents some peace of mind. So I have my location sharing. Like the Google location sharing thing is always on, so they can always see my position on their Google Maps. It's from a brand that's not so well known. It's called Infinix. I've heard of Infinix. Oh my god, same. I have my location shared. Yeah. Live 360. I just use like the Google stuff. Like Google has this. You can keep your location shared. So I use that. But I feel like it does drain a lot of battery. But whenever I go out, I always carry like a power bank, so it's okay.
We got ourselves a straggler. Light it up!
Let's light it up! Show no mercy! Teamwork is dreamwork!
Wrath from the sky!
Hello, Otter. This isn't Valorant. Is that what you're gonna say?
Burn it down. Adventure time.
This isn't Valorant. Just woke up. Good morning. Good morning. Hope you have a wonderful Wednesday. Yeah.
Try and stop me.
Man, it's so nice having like smooth gameplay while streaming.
Rise with the sun.
Your maker.
Try and stop me. Pyroclastic surge.
Meet your maker.
Incinerate.
Let me check how much RAM I'm using because I feel like my last PC was mostly getting bottlenecked by RAM while streaming. It will always be like 90+%. I'm at less than 50%. That's so nice. I'm going back to sleep though. Okay, good night, Otter. What is this Walk Night Rises? You can try. Thanks for the daily tribute, Otter. How much is the pork night thing? I could. Okay, yeah. Wait, let me.
I've read almost every novel from Yai Publishing House. Pretty normal, right?
Yeah, now give me. Okay, no. I don't remember how long this is supposed to be, but we'll see. I feel like the positioning is a bit off. It's a bit. Should go down. Yeah, it's a bit off on. I feel like maybe when transferring my VTube Studio settings, it got messed up a bit. Oh my god, who said that?
Here's
Let
to
me
life
go
where
up
the
and check who
drift
said
keeps
that and
flowing
maybe take a
the
screenshot and
Laura keeps
keep a
rolling.
record. Whoa, whoa. Don't worry, I won't do that. Crazy Otter, how could you say that? Otter's back to sleep. I don't think he said that.
Add Astro. Thank you for completing today's
Nah, they
commissions.
said that before.
Here's your reward.
Okay. Maybe he said it in his
Ad
sleep.
Astra Abyssosk.
He's having those dreams of puppy dogs. I think we're done with our dailies. Wait, did I miss my dailies on one day? Or okay, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. Should we switch to WoA or should we do some exploration here? What is this? Oh, this is for the music stuff. Should we play some music? Let's play some music. I'm really bad at this though, but we'll figure it out. What? Album list. And should I come back to playing Genshin? sure. I mean, the recent patches are pretty good, but then it'll take you a while to catch up, I guess. Genshin, the problem is it's not very like new player friendly or like friendly to people who have been away for a while. But like the latest content is really good. I need an opinion because I don't know if they still give really low wishes. I think, yeah, they do. But I mean, it's better than before, I think. I think on average they give like 70 to 80 pulls a patch. Whereas like a year or so ago, there was a point where they were giving like 50, 60 pulls a patch. So I think it's a little bit better now. And I don't know, I enjoy it. Like the story content. The events are alright. Okay, how long is this? Wait. I just got a notification. Give me 1 second. Wow, my HDMI cable is already here. It's at the collection point. If I wasn't streaming, I'd go get it right now, but I'll go get it after stream. Luckily, I finished where Nahida is, Sumeru. I'm still at Fontaine. I think Fontaine, the quests were really good though. Like, the Fontaine Archon quest starts off with like the court case thing. Like you need to protect Lini from getting accused of murder or something. Yeah, I think the Fontaine Archon quest, even the world quests are really, really good. I think Fontaine is good, so I mean, if you do come back, I feel like you'll probably have a good time. But yeah, you'll still be like the latest patch, like the banners will be of, you know, Not Cry characters, so to get materials for Not Cry, I mean, you can always wait, your main account will be on Asia, right? Yeah, if you play on the Americas account, you can always like come to my world and steal my resources anytime. But yeah, if you do it on your own, then yeah, I feel like they've changed it so that you can directly skip ahead to new regions now, so that's good. But still, you know, just skipping ahead doesn't really feel that good. And you'll meet like new enemies and stuff, but you'll not be very well prepared for, so like if you plan on actively playing it for a couple of weeks, then I think you should probably catch up pretty soon. So I would suggest yes. Let's play this song. You can initiate co-op or you can play music with your friends. That's nice. Normal, hard, pro, legendary. Wait, what's the what do I need to do for the reward? I only want the primos on any difficulty. Okay. So we're gonna be doing the easiest difficulty. Okay, maybe let's do hard. Let's try hard. If it's too hard for me. Your first time, proceed with calibration, sure. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, wait, ASD, JKL. I'm so bad at rhythm games. Oops. I don't even hear the. Did I pick the wrong song? This doesn't sound like. Wait, let me go back. Let me. Yeah, this is the wrong song. I picked the wrong song. Let me turn off the BGM. I wanted to do this one, right? Columbina song. It's so like serene and beautiful. I'm like really locked in right now, which is why I'm not speaking. I'm really bad at rhythm games, mostly due to like a lack of practice. I feel like everything else in life, it's something that requires a lot of practice to get good at. Oops. Oh, my streak. I'm like so locked in right now. No, I should have spoken. No, no, I got shaken by that. Okay, at least 95.7%. Hello, Raid Cat. How you doing? Wait, do I not have you in my auto shoutout list? Ah, Raid Cat. Let me shout you out. I'm funny, I swear. Yeah, I guess. Thank you. Anytime. Okay, that was one of the songs. I need to do like what, 8? Get all the primos. Sick model, by the way. Thank you. Yeah, I recently changed models like last week. What is this name? Lumi Pai Heimetsen Polka. Ooh. I like the wide variety of music in Genshin. You have like this happy upbeat music, then you have this like EDM style. You've got this like lullaby. You have like there's like battle music. Sea shanty. Oh, this is nice too. Okay, what should we play? Let's start with this. I'm just gonna do, okay, hard. Sure, hard. Any metal? I don't think. I mean, there's definitely some. I think there was this character called Veressa. Her theme song was like metal, even though she doesn't look anything like you would expect for someone. She's like a cow human hybrid type thing. But if I remember correctly, her theme song was like metal. No, messed up. I feel like these games would be a lot easier on a touchscreen. You can just tap exactly on the dots. On a keyboard, you need like the hand-eye coordination for that. Especially if you're not very used to rhythm games like me. That was good. 98.4%. I'll check it out. Yeah, wait, let me try to find it if I can. I hope Genshin doesn't copyright strike you for music, right? Or okay, maybe I won't play it on stream. I don't think they do. But still. Veressa theme. Is it this? This is her trailer. And if you just want the music, I think this should be it. Valiant Duel. Okay. What should we play? We did this one. Select song. Okay, we've done 2 out of 8. Okay, let's do this now. How did I miss that one? No. That reminds me though, I need to install like my keyboard driver software on this laptop. My mouse has like a web driver, but my keyboard does not, I think. Or does it? No. No, I'm so bad. No, I messed that up. No. Once I mess up one note, I get really shaken and I mess up a few. Okay, at least we still got the highest rating. How many do we need? Was it 6 or 8? 8. Okay, let's... What do you mean cannot use in current state? Um... Let's do normal, man. I just want the primos. Just put the primos in the bag, dude. I'll probably take a little break after we are done with Genshin and go get my new HDMI cable. Although I'm not sure if I should plug it in while streaming, because sometimes Windows does these weird things. Resizing your desktops and stuff. Yeah, you know what? I'll get it later then. Okay, that's 4 done. Should we do this? Sure. No, why did I let go? My bad. Oh, this one has vocals. Oh, I let go again. Oops. 6-7 combo. No. Mess that up. Okay, we got that. Let's 5 down these 4 and you know, let's just go backwards. I don't know if you're supposed to play these games like rhythm games based on the actual rhythm, because I just play them based on the visuals. I just look at the buttons, like the notes, and I hit the corresponding buttons. No, I missed one. Oh. Wait, it doesn't break your streak if you press an extra button. So does that mean if I just press all 6 buttons every time there is a note on the line, surely that won't work, right? You know what? I don't want to cheese it that bad. I'm not that bad at this. I'm just a little bad at this. No, I missed one right at the end there. Ah. Lumi by Hemets and Polka. We're at 6 out of 8, I think. Let's do 7th. No, I messed up already. Wait, how did I miss that? No way. Ah, at least we are almost done here. Just one more song, I think. Ah, so listen. Why is she using a drum for this song? This is like perfect for like a flute or even the keyboard she was using before would make more sense than a drum. No. Oh. Hi, Alicia. How you doing? I'm kind of locked in on this rhythm game right now. So give me 1 second. Okay, we're like about halfway through the song. So maybe give me like 1.5 minutes. I see you typing something, but I really can't look at it. Can you pause? I think you can pause this, but that feels like cheating. And I don't like to cheat. Cheating is not becoming of a knight. Oh, I think you're using the commands. I see it out of the corner of my eyes. But how long is the song? Just end already. Gotta let the lady scream for a bit. Okay, finally we're done. Hello, hello. How are you doing today, Licia? How's it going? You are 89% dorky and 34%, 53% Riz. Love rotting. 98% in love with rotting. I'm okay, I'll finish your art, but lazy. It's okay, take your time. There's no hurry. Let me check my own percentages. Dork. The rich love. I still don't get it, but okay. Knight. Oh no, I've got really low rolls today. 68. That's between 67 and 69. Pretty good. Between the two meme numbers. What else? Love. Love. What? Genshin? Sure. Okay, that's low. Crazy. The two horrible combos. Yeah, I dodged both of them. I'm so skillful. I dodged the 6-7 and the 69. 24% in love with drama. That sounds low. Lie should have been higher. Yeah, just from the fact that you're checking your percentage kind of tells me that you probably love drama. Uh, at least 90%. Okay, we are done with the music event. I do, yeah. I assumed so. What's this? Raymond Collection Dawn Breeze. What? What is this? Oh, it's for Miliastra. I see. Never mind. Never mind. Don't wanna give you any trouble. Never mind. Never mind. Thanks for the lurk. Hope you have a nice lurk. Doing whatever it is you're doing. Should we switch to... Well, should we do some world quests in Genshin? Okay, let me... Now that we're done with the music stuff, let me turn on my BGM again. Okay, maybe... Oh. Should we do this? I do need to get my exploration percent up for this thing. I'm at 64%. I need 80% in 5 days. To be honest, I don't really care if I miss out on like 100 primos. It's fine. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take a little break and walk a bit because my palm is getting numb. I've been sitting for like a long time now. Yeah, let's go BRB just for like 2 minutes while I get some water and walk around my room for a bit.
Themselves to the heavens, Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light.
Alright, I'm back.
And humans are the
But I
same.
think we're in ads.
Except we call that light hope.
My phone is in a slightly different position, so my model is shifted slightly from its usual. That looks better. Okay, give me a second. Let me just adjust my hotkeys.
Exploration and trials.
Just
Adventuring is right up my alley.
view here. That should be better. Remove this one.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light. And humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Yeah, that's better. Okay, I think we can go back to the game now. How long are we in the ads for? 40 seconds more. Let's wait. Okay. I still need to do these. I should probably do these, right? Because they'll give me Blue Amber Lake Wave Chaser plane. Where is Blue Amber Lake? Thanks for the sub, Otter. Good morning. Did you finally wake up? Thank you, I appreciate it. Let's do... What is this? I can't sleep more. Oh, I tried. Sag. Oh, do you want to play Halo? I wouldn't mind switching games, but then I mean, if you just woke up, it's probably too early right now. I could do this one. This should get me more exploration on this region. What is this? The top comment is right. It's like a car accident. I don't want to see it, but I can't look away. I hadn't heard of this meme before, but I guess it's a thing. I guess it's a thing. Okay. Let's see here. Enter the bunker. Go to the bunker. Continue onward.
Rev the engines!
What are these? Welcome to the apocalypse bunker. Okay. Acts as a probe, initiating bunker gate drive mechanism. Please wait. Me wiping after 69 lost because my teammate randomly AFK. Yeah. You should do that on stream. Unregistered residents detected. Initiating standard safety inspection protocol. I do it. Did you send me a clip? Scan complete. Multiple dangerous items detected. For the safety of other residents, please place all weapons and dangerous items to the designated receptacles. Wants us to hand over our weapons. I apologize for any inconvenience. The purpose of confiscating dangerous items is to ensure the absolute safety of the bunker's residents. Your items will be safely stored. You can retrieve your belongings when you leave. If you have any safety concerns, please rest assured the bunker is equipped with the most advanced apocalypse purification system available. You will encounter no danger here. In the name of Professor... Oh no. Professor is the bad guy. I guarantee that no matter what monsters rage beyond the sky, whale, they will not infiltrate our Elysium. Beyond the sky's whale, aren't we at the bottom of the sea? How Paimon gets hit is like those novels in Ashdown. The apocalypse is talking about aliens coming to invade Tevat. You should really stop reading those trashy pulp fiction novels. Well, that doesn't sound entirely impossible. Okay. That's what's going on. Maybe Skirk knows more. Paimon was only joking. Even if there were invaders from beyond the sky, wouldn't they invade? They wouldn't invade a place like this, would they? Besides, since it's a safe bunker, it seems reasonable to take our weapons off for now, right? Unless they're secretly doing bad things in there, like deliberately providing really yucky food, or occasionally breaking the water purifier on purpose, or locking the main entrance and trapping everyone inside forever. Please be assured, this bunker is designed to provide absolute safety. All residents are free to leave at any time they wish. Well, since the mysterious mechanism says it's all above board, Paimon thinks we should trust it, right? Sure. Dude, the traveler can just like make his weapon vanish. Why not just do that? Just put it away in the pocket dimension, like hammer space. Welcome to the bunker at the end of the apocalypse. That sounds like a really cool... What is this? Is it the same one? I think you just said me the same thing. Whoa, Paimon almost had a heart attack. Why did that alarm go off the second we walked in? Why don't we take a closer look at the terminal? We might be able to find something useful. System error. Confirm. Calm before the sufferer. Let me see. Hey, let me turn on the. Nice. Let me pin that. Why can't I pin stuff from my OBS chat? Pin. Okay, let's go back to the game. F2 Research Zone 1. Access granted. Welcome to the Bunker Access Terminal server. I need to clean my glasses. Give me a second. Let me see. This looks like a map of the bunker. But the keycard we got last time seems to only give us access to Research Zone 1. Check on the status of Research Zone 1. Generating status report. Please wait. You know, I wish someone draw me like this. I'll turn it into the emote. Yeah, I don't have drawing skills or... Research Zone 1, warning. High concentration of abyssal contamination detected. Current risk of overflow, extreme. Apocalypse purification system blocked. The apocalypse is actually abyssal contamination, right? This bunker is built to keep out the abyss, but the contamination inside ended up being worse than anything out there. Looks like it failed to keep out the abyss. Are you sure there isn't more to this story? Paimon doesn't know, but if we don't do anything, the abyssal contamination could spill out. Paimon thinks our only choice is to deal with the problem ourselves. Let's take a look around Research Zone 1. Alright, let's go. By the way, the last match is so funny. What happened in your last match? I was lurking for a bit. I saw Kyle and Suki in your chat. I pretend to not be Vietnamese.
A reward on the road.
And 4 of my teammates is Vietnamese. So. So all 5 of you were Vietnamese. How did it go? But they ended up teaching me bad word. They told it's love, I love you or something. I think Suki was there. In the end of the game, I slipped my mask and the reaction is so funny. Yeah, I can imagine. What did they... I'll probably take a look at the ward later. Must have been really funny. Whoops. Okay, what are we supposed to do here? Investigate. Oh my god. Repair. Before I do that, let me check my phone for a bit. Senya is live. Jade is live. I don't have my other laptop open right now, or I would go drop a lurk. Senya should be live for like 6 or 7 hours, is what she said. Wow. Keep calm and carry on.
I'll keep this close.
Okay. So... Huh? What? Oh. There. This away. This away and that away. What percentage exploration are we? 68%. Whoa. I realized it too late. Do not let him find you as he did me. Take the children and escape. The world outside has not been destroyed. Oh, so the professor guy, he fed them a fake story about the world outside being destroyed and kept them in it. Isn't that like the plot of some book or a movie or something? That is one powerful rock.
I'll keep this close.
It was so small, but it broke like 3 big boxes. The AoE rock is crazy. Backup components. Spare bunker, hand wheel. Chest.
I'll keep this close.
So Miss Grazina, if you find this note, please come meet me in the tool room. Master Thief Reed Miller. Dude, he signs his name as Master Thief. How is that prudent? Surely that's not a wise thing to do. Quarantine. Home. I have no idea what all this stuff that they showed me is. But there was a valve somewhere. Boom, 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 boom. Ah. This one? Oh no, stealth section. Dude, that's a chest, okay. No, 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 no. I'm just gonna run this, man. Easy. Let me salvage some of these. Examine the terminal. Hasta la vista, baby. Oh, precious chest.
An answer from this world?
Is this an answer from this world? Keycard unlocked. Don't forget to retrieve your keycard. Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful day. $69%. What about the total? 66%. Yeah, this is gonna be rough, man. Getting to 80% exploration. Harry this.
Is this an answer from this world?
Is this an answer from this world? Is this an answer from this world? Alright. Okay, this is the way I'm supposed to go. Let's look at this direction first. Did I come from? Yeah, I think I came from here. I don't remember going this route though. I think we used a different route. Or maybe the same. No, wait, we went the other way around. Yes. Expected duration exceeded by 394 to 176 hours. How many days is that? 394 to 176 divided by 24. Okay, that's a lot of hours and a lot of days divided by 30, 365. 450 years. Senior Technician Kotelnikov. Oh, does this thing think we're the maintenance workers sent to repair the purification system? Yeah, it probably does. Paimon guesses that means we can access more places now. Let's see, this appears to be Research Zone 2. Check on the status of Research Zone 2. Ultimate Calamity. It sounded like some sort of abyssal monster. Keep me safe, guard Captain Paimon. Paimon, keep you safe, is what Guard Captain Paimon would say if she had a weapon. Unfortunately, you'll have to watch your own back. But if the apocalypse is normally just an abyssal monster, then it's probably the source of this place's contamination. If we can take it down, the abyssal contamination here should be cleaned up once and for all, right? Let's head to Research Zone 2. Okay, so there's 3. We're like 1/3 of the way there. Okay. It can't be opened from this side. Watering the flowers. Messily written notes. This is a secret mission that only me and Big Sis Grazina know about. Once these flowers grow up, little Pei will come back to play with us. Grazina said she's just sick and needs to rest for a while. Okay, that's... yeah. Little Pei is dead, isn't she? When flowers grow taller than my niece, she'll recover, so we mustn't cry. We need to listen to Uncle Morozov and be very good children. There's no sun here, but the lights up there are just as warm and cozy. As long as we water them with that shimmering water every day, these flowers will surely grow quickly. Grow faster, please. I miss her. Aww. Watering the flowers. How do we water the flowers? I am such a genius.
Is this an answer from this world?
Do we go up? We're going up, up, up. It's our moment. You know, together we're glowing. Maybe gonna be golden. Oh, there's a tricky little hole here, but first, nothing here. Is that a gap? Oh, that doesn't look good. Oh, that was nice. Communication log. Secure communication channel established. Loading data. Access granted. Wishing you a wonderful day in the post-apocalyptic world. Researcher Grazina. Give me 1 second. Let me check my phone real quick. Okay. Supervisor R.M. Morozov. I hereby submit the final evaluation of the purifying effects of the new plant variety herein after referred to as the experimental plant on abyssal corruption. Please consider this letter my most formal request. After months of controlled experiments, we have confirmed that the experimental plants demonstrate exceptional efficacy, processing high concentration of abyssal corruption and waste materials. Must also report the significant latent risks associated with such experiments. Could be released. I'm fully aware that Paiva's death from illness was in no way a tragedy you wish to witness, that you exerted every effort to save that child. However, as long as the experiments of this nature continue to advance, the risk of contamination leakage will only grow more severe. Our responsibility is to erect a barrier that shields humanity from catastrophe. Under no circumstances should we seek to test the limits of the darkness. Forgive my bluntness, but the continuation of these experiments has become entirely meaningless unless your intention, if I may speak frankly, is simply to permit even more otherworldly entities to pour into our bunker. Based on the aforementioned reasons and on behalf of the research team, I hereby submit the following request. Immediately seize all function or further tests of the purification system. Thoroughly eliminate all abyssal live experimental specimens in our custody and ensure that no monster collection activities are conducted in any form. Please approve as soon as possible. Senior Researcher G. Mikluko. Classic storyline. Playing with powers you cannot control. Okay, am I supposed to like connect these? Yeah, I think I'm supposed to connect these. This one. Here? Why are you moving? What the hell? Okay. How far does it go? Noise. What is this one for then? Oh, it's the one we already used? Alright. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Is this an answer from this world?
Is this an answer from this world? Is it gonna be the Golden Wolf Lord boss? I'm guessing it's gonna be the Golden Wolf Lord boss.
A reward on the road.
A reward on the road. Did I miss out on... No, I guess I'll get it ahead, right? Surely... We'll figure things out. Keep calm and carry on. Let the world outside burn in the apocalypse, you will endure safe. What? Well, that's kind of creepy. Oh, they're trying to go for like a bit of a horror vibe.
I'll keep this close.
Oh, that's creepy, very creepy. I am not scared. Abnormal. Professor Rotwang, even as the apocalypse has swept over mankind, this beacon of humanity still burns bright. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that, man. This Rotwang dude is sus as hell. Highly suspicious. Debug. Defeat the monsters. Dumb. You big dumb. Oh, I need to... Okay, buddy. Easy. Maintenance complete. Keycard unlocked. Okay. A golden keycard. We're still in like zone 2, right? There's still... Yeah, we got tier 3 bunker access card.
Is this an answer from this world?
Is this an answer from this world? Rotwang, Rotwang. Secure communication channel established. Loading data. Access granted. Wishing you a wonderful day in the post-apocalyptic world. Researcher Grazina. Morozov is in control of my emotion to ensure the survival. Proper conversation with you in person. Those books have an interesting design on them. Very interesting. Where is that frickin' I'm ready to work. Bye. Wait, work this late? Do you work at night? Bye-bye.
I'll keep this close.
This appears to be a tendons dog. Okay. Am I not supposed to be here yet? I mean, I just looped back to the same place where I'm supposed to go. So I guess it's fine. Did I read this? Oh, this way is blocked, so I was supposed to go there? I think. Yeah. Okay, once we complete this world quest, I think we'll switch to Wuthering Waves. Woo-wah, woo-wah, woo-wah. Man, Woowa at like 200 plus FPS is so good. Because on my previous laptop, I used to get like, at best, I'd get like 80, 90. In the newer regions, it was more like 40 to 50 in like Star Torch Academy. And while streaming, it would be like 15 FPS. It was really bad. I don't think that whatever it is, it's probably not that scary, since scary things wouldn't want to hide from us. This reminds me of Stark's introduction in Frieren. It is so good. I love it so much. And the amount of respect that Dragon shows to Stark. We'd better keep our eyes peeled, never underestimate an enemy. Everything should want to hide from us, exactly. Yeah, we are experienced adventurers after all, even without weapons. Traveler can take down any monster without... It's just a bish bash bosh. Alright, let's go to the supervisory office. Hum, hum, hum. Bum, 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 bum. Ultimate calamity. Corzina, you backstabbing snake, how dare you show yourself before me? Whoa. Watch out, the monster seems to have been lured out. Hey, those things have hands? I never noticed they have hands. I thought they were just like floating eyes. But apparently they have hands. And they're ready to throw hands. Give me 1 second. I might receive a call from my family. No, you're not Grisina. I can't detect your scent. What are you, a living being? Or are there spirits flying aimlessly across the bit-devil sky? No living creature can enter this grave. Their grave, our grave. Answer me. Did Professor Rotwang send you here? Has my master forgiven me? Are you the apocalypse? Look at the world out there. The apocalypse has already descended upon us. Young Soloway tried to stop it, and Brahe. Soloway is the torch bearer, or something, right? And Brahe, who impersonated Reed Miller. Even that treacherous snake Grazina, she tried to stop it too, but their efforts were all in vain. It came. It still came. My master, Professor Rotwang, reduced that pathetic world to ashes with the Sambo. After all that destruction, this bunker is all that remains. What is Sampo? I feel like I've heard that name before. You think the world has been destroyed? The world outside doing pretty well. The world outside is nothing but a casket for things beyond their time. I know not from where you came, from whence you came, but I have already broken free of the celestial shell, no longer to suffer the shackles of gravity and fate. And you are no servant of my master, yet neither are you, just another fool. Will you join us, become one with our flesh and blood? Or will you welcome death right here? No, I don't think I will. Join or die. The world hasn't been destroyed. You're at the bottom of the sea. Enough, seize your wishes, lies. While desecrator, my master would not deceive me. We exist amid the devil sky. Let them be interred in the ruins of that extinguished world. Only we shall continue our existence amid the devil sky. Master, bear witness. There's no other way. Try using those plans to deal with it. Okay. Okay, so I can hide here. I gotta use these to... Hit me! Hit me, baby, one more time. This is like the most boring boss fight ever. It's you. You just wait for him to hit you and you gotta parry him. Oh, hello there. Will you help me? What? Oh my god, that's a lot of them. I wonder why it sometimes misses a few. There we go. Easy, easy, easy. Phew, that's that dealt with. What an annoying little... It seemed convinced Tevat was destroyed and we were outside the sky. Let's just forget that idiot. Right, it looks like we've dealt with that thing, whether it was an apocalypse or just the abyss. All thanks to the man Progoras. Yeah, and we'd better give credit to that researcher named Grazina, right? Paimon wonders what happened to her. She clearly died, man. Alright, that just about wraps everything. Huh? Wait, what's this? To Miss Grazina, should you ever wish to leave this place, please give this item to a member of the treasure hoarders. They will guide you to me. Master Thief Reed Miller. Proof of the cognoscenti? What's that doing in a place like this? And it looks like it was left by Reed Miller himself. That means we're one step closer to the great treasure. Hey, Paimon can't wait to find out what it is. Yeah, I kinda probably should do that stuff, right? Do all the side quests. And find all of the proof of the cognoscenti. I think I have like 4 out of 5 now. Bunker number 0. So cute. The way it just came out of that room and helped us. Very cute. Is there anything else hidden around here? Hopefully not. Leave the bunker. Dead man's... what hand? Dead man's hand. Ba, 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 ba. Game dog just at him. Yeah, I guess my model kind of does look like him, doesn't it? But welcome in. Joystick? Should I call you Joystick? Should I call you Casey? Welcome in. Hello, hello. How's your Wednesday going? Whatever you want, okay. Casey probably sounds good. Okay, let's go here. Oh, meeting point rewards. Let's see how many of the proof of the cognoscenti we have. Anyway, hope you're doing well. Hope your week's been going well. Am I going the right way? Yeah. Ooh, I'm missing 2 of them. I thought I was only missing 1. Yeah, I guess I just gotta do these. This. I think this will give me 1. Where's the other one? Who knows? Yeah, this will definitely give me 1 because I remember in this area you find out about Reed Miller. Stella fruit. How do we find more Stella fruit? Oh, it's marked. How do we get these? It's been so long and I don't remember anything. I ignored world quests when I started playing. What's this? Something down there? What? I have no idea what I'm doing. That's not doing anything. I probably need to look up how to do this stuff because I think this was in like the first Notcry patch. Was this the area in the first Notcry patch? No, it was... Yeah, it was. Lempo Isle, Hisi Island, and Baja Isle. This was the first part of Notcry, and then we got this. And I ignored all of the world quests, and now I don't remember how to do them. Collect Stella fruit. How do you collect the Stella fruit? Something's down there, right?
Rev the engines!
Bro, how do I get it? Okay, I'm just gonna look it up. Genshin, how to collect stellar fruit. Collect 24 stellar fruit and frost moon ability to grab Kawaki Deodorus from the water. What? Kawaki dewdrops from...
Wrath from the sky!
Fulfill our pact! Everybody stand back!
Pyroclastic surge!
Die.
Incinerate!
Okay, how do we get these dewdrops again? Blah. Okay, you need to transform into a thing apparently. So where? Okay, there's one. That didn't help at all. Oh, nice. Ooh, 3. Okay, now how do I do that one? Shouldn't I just get a prompt for doing that? Oh, you're not gonna make it easy for me. I see how it is. There's just a
Go
chest
on,
lying
take them.
here.
I'll thank the stars for you later. Watch out!
Watch out, watch out, watch out. Watch out, watch out. Well, we have 12, but I read online that you need like 24?
Going into a trance is risky for most people, so don't get any ideas.
What? What? Okay, that's kind of fun. Okay. No. Noise. Wait, wrong one, mate. Okay, we got it. At least we got it. Oh, that was just 1 out of 2 challenges. There's 2 challenges, so we need 24 Stellar Fruit in total. I see. I see how it is.
Is it too much to carry? Here, let me help.
There's one right there. Where are the 2 drops? Where are the 2 drops indeed? Sorry, I thought there was a knock on my door for some reason. How do we do? Oh, there's like a 2 drop up there. Are we supposed to use that? Nice. Nice. Okay, let me just real quick do this so that I can use some of my
Get to work. Let's light it up. Going in.
condensed resin.
Light up the blazing sun. Incinerate. Full throttle. Show no mercy. Rev the engines.
rat from the sky. Okay. There's one there.
Rev the engines!
One there. How do we get that one done?
Full throttle!
We should only have like 3, yeah. That's 6 out of 12. That's another easy looking one. Well, maybe it's not that easy because we do need to get it there. Okay, that's 9. There's only one left, but I don't know what.
Rev the engine!
I need to beat these guys for some reason.
Get to work!
It's
Pyroclastic
a
surge!
distinct possibility. Brr.
Try and stop me!
Dewdrops. Okay, there's one dewdrop right there. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take that, I'm gonna give that to you, and I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna transform, I'm gonna take that, and I'm gonna take that. Easy as pie. I think we should be done, right? There's still one more. Is that an extra? Where's this last dude? Oh wait, I think we're done. Start challenge. This is gonna be more of like shooting down the things. No.
Take me up. Take me up.
Wait, what? Why am I not? Oh, I need to use the big one. Switch, 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 switch. What the hell? Easy. This is giving me major like Iron Giant vibes. Face looks very Iron
Is there too
Giant-y.
much to carry? Here, let me help.
Okay.
Rev the engines!
Give me 1 second. One second. Why does the Twitter app give me like random notifications of people I don't even follow or anything? I don't like that at all. I'm gonna skip. Head to the designated location. Papa Wrench's workshop is down this way. You should be able to find the spare parts there. Oh, we need it. Where's the lever? A weasel thief. Rukin, it's your time to shine. Easy.
Light it up! Let's light it up!
Activate the lift. Go down. And I thought for once there's gonna be a shorter world quest. Like you just do the Stella Fruit stuff and be done, but apparently not. Yeah.
Burn it down!
Everybody stand back!
Pyroclastic surge!
Messily scribbled notes. Dinette's illness. Da, 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 da. I really don't know where Papa Renz left the proof of the cognoscenti. That's all you know. It's all you know. Okay. What am I supposed to do here? Oh. Whoops. Wrong button. Oh, that was easy. Bruh. This isn't helping me though. I need to do the... Oops. I need to increase my exploration in those regions, in these regions. I'm gonna do the proof of the cognoscenti stuff later then. What does this get me? 50 primos and a pull. What if instead of that okay, this is a tech level 3. I'm at 75% here. 61 here, 67 here. So what if I go here? And I do this first. Right? That should help me get more chests and stuff, right? Why does it still say there's rewards here? Ah. Okay, so this is at level 3. That was at level 3. What about this one? This is also level 3. All right. I think I could do the world quest. This one. It's in this region. That should give me more chests. It should... Wait, this is part of Wave Chaser Plains? No. I want the stuff here. Okay, you know what? I'm kind of bored of Genshin now. I think we'll switch to Wuthering Waves for a bit. We did make some progress today, I think. We went from like 64 to 68%. Not great. I still need 12% more, and it only gets harder as you explore more. Because like the first 50% is like super easy, right? It's just unlock the teleport waypoints and stuff.
I've read almost
Get a
every
couple of chests and you're at 40 to 50% already. I don't know how to find these chests. If I recall correctly, I have been there, but I never found the chest. Oh, I need to speak to this guy. This lady. If I could make some delicious bread, I'm sure it'll lift everyone's spirits, but having some trouble. Wait. Do you need special wheat? Oh. Rye, you need rye. Oi, come back here. Oi.
Rev the engine.
We should have our 10 wheat now, right? You need 18? Oh my god. Oh my gosh.
Rise with the sun.
What the hell?
Incinerate. Yeah.
I mean, logically that should have burned down the fields, but we don't question it. Using the Pyro Archon in the wheat fields is not a good idea, I think. Thank
The
you,
rewards of an
lady.
adventure worth remembering.
That's a lot of food stuff. Man, I could really have a sausage right now. Oh,
Nothing like good fresh bread
Oh.
to raise everyone's morale.
Wait, what? There will be bread. There will be bread. Let me learn these recipes. All right. There is one chest somewhere here. I'm guessing I need to help those guys. Ah, there. Give me chest, buddy. Give me chest. Let's go.
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering. Full throttle!
There is something below us.
Burn it down!
I'm going in! Show no mercy! Bring it!
Wrath from the skies! Incinerate!
Oh my.
Try and stop me!
Let's light it up! Fulfill our pact! Everybody stand back!
Pyroclastic surge!
Pyroclastic surge.
Incinerate!
Go on, take them. I'll get the
Wow,
stars
that's a
for
lot
you
of
later.
cabbage and carrot. I'm getting a phone call. I'll need to be on mute for a bit. It's just family call time. So yeah, I'm gonna be on mute for a bit. Sorry. Let me switch to this scene. And Thanks for the check-in, Echo. I was literally just checking into your stream. All right. Well, hello. Welcome back. We shall. Yeah, I hope I changed my category on Twitch. I think I did. Yes, I did. Huh. I just stretched my legs for a bit and dropped some lurks in my friends' streams. One second. All right. Let's play some Wuthering Waves. Let's wither some of our waves. Let's see how the game performs while I'm streaming, because this was like the main reason I felt like I needed to get a PC upgrade, because WoA ran like absolute poo-poo. It was so bad. Oh, that is so good. That is so smooth. Let me turn on my FPS counter thing. just monitor my FPS for a bit. Um, okay, oh my god, almost 200 plus FPS. That is amazing. Oh, that is amazing. I'm using FrameGen. Obviously, this is with FrameGen. This is not native 270 FPS. That would be quite something, to be honest. If I was getting 270 FPS natively, but FrameGen isn't that bad either. Wait, I didn't hear the ad break chime thing though. Did I not wire it up properly? Ah. Oops. Streamer bot crashed. Yeah, I forgot to change the path to the audio file for the the ad warning. So yeah. Music. That should do the ad break one. This one. I think that should work now. Okay. Now, the ad warning text.
I tried to remember. But when everything is coming
Yeah,
back to me, I feel as if my
we
memory
should
is
be good to go again.
Now let's see. What is the last thing you can remember?
I don't know.
I'm hungry. Tonight we're serving the Pork Night exclusive combo set on the house. What are you feeling like? Sweet, salty, spicy. I want something spicy.
Go on.
You get a 5-star rating from me. I'm glad you like it. One second. Okay. Man, this is so smooth. 240 FPS. Just like I feel like I'm in a dream. feels so good, man. I have enough of these and these. How many shell credits do I have? I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna have something to eat real quick. Okay, we could do these. We could, yeah. This one. Luke and Lucilla. Let's do Luke first, I guess. Waffle therapy. Okay, let's see how it runs in Star Torch Academy. That's the place with the worst frames in the entire game, I think. So let's find out how this goes. But if I get like over 180 frames here too, I'm gonna cry. Okay, 150, 170, 180. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. But still, 120, not bad. Should I be using VSync? I feel like VSync would make it stable. And I mean, this is not a competitive game, so it's not a huge deal if I have VSync on. Do I need to go around? Nice.
You're here.
Oh, the audio is so low.
Was the campus filled with people on your way here? I heard the student council set up a huge balloon arch, and the whole string got blown away by the wind, and the kids chased it halfway across campus. Oh, the infirmary's been busy these past few years. I tweaked the recipe to make it a bit more refreshing. A little less sugar, a touch more lemon zest and butter.
Oh, that looks so good.
Care to taste one? I was quite confident about the lemon juice. After all, the golden shade is the one I know too well. Maybe.
Don't you still have work to finish?
And then there are those who even Nan being busy. I've been busy after all.
Okay, I need
What's
to
that
turn
look
up my
for?
volume.
Wondering definitely. Oh, I have to tell you about the student who came by yesterday.
That can't be real.
Ah, there it goes again. All right, you know, I'd really love to learn more about Huang Long's cooking. Since you spent so much time there, it must
A
be
little
good.
bit.
That's perfect. Anyway, seems like we'll have to go.
There's always next time. Okay. What is this for? so hungry. I need food. I'm just gonna have a banana for now, I think.
Oh my, what a coincidence. That look on your face says, why is she here? Did something happen again? Relax. I'm simply out for a stroll, making sure everything is running smoothly. The students worked so hard for this celebration. It'd be heartbreaking if anything went wrong again. So I've arranged for reliable people to watch over things. No need to panic.
So, what really brings you here?
Simply to enjoy the festival. Now, relax those shoulders. The new solar celebration doesn't come often. It'd be a shame to miss it.
The venue's lively. You should check it out.
I'll pass. Some students look at me the way mice look at cats. Ugh, they come all the way from home to study here, with nothing but endless coursework and exams ahead, and the weight of everyone's expectations behind. All while clinging to those big dreams and ambitions of theirs. Just think of all the pressure, loneliness, and hope they bear. And I'm the one who decides whether they stay or go. Someone with that kind of power doesn't belong in their little refuge from stress.
What about you? How do you deal with stress?
Just like this, wandering around during the fun. Most of the time, I stay in my office for the students' sanity. I'll put on something popular with the projector to lift the mood.
Something popular?
Usually films, but I like plays and operas too. Oh, and those short clips everyone's addicted to lately. So, speaking of which, when you're free, how about watching a movie together? Tempting. Sadly, I'm free, but not that free. I'll keep an eye out for a good movie then. All right, that's enough leisure for today. Until
All right. Are we good to go with the quest now? think
I
so.
wonder how Sagrika is doing. Last time we took a break together, she brought me up to the rooftop for bird watching. I should go take a look.
Oh, thank God, they're just teleporting me there.
Oh, you found me, Senior.
I'm here to join you.
Thank you. Look, it's the same Blubbin' Puffin. Still preening, still hunting insects, still giving little gifts to its friends. As if the dark side never existed. When I look at it, it It's like none of that ever happened. No riddles, no adventure with you, no the other me. But I know I was there. When I close my eyes, I can still hear those
Should we go
voices.
full screen?
I can hear that Sigrika telling me, you'll always end up back here. If I go back, what would happen? I'm scared to find out. Though you told me not to think about it, I still ran away and hid myself here.
We'll settle it together.
Professor Lucilla, Dr. Luke, and me, we're all here to help. So, allow yourself to step away and rest a little before you find the answer.
Then, can you stay with me a little longer?
For as long as you want.
Thank you.
I feel like the audio is stuttering a little bit. That's weird because my temps are pretty low. My utilization of the GPU and CPU are pretty low. So I don't know. Read Lucilla's Waveline message. Divinator released a new riddle just now. I'll be counting on you to make this the last one.
A new riddle's out. I should tell Sigrika.
A new riddle. I'm gonna go check it out. She's not. Blubbin Puffin is not Baby Fluffquin.
No reply from her. Guess I'll go see the Divinator myself first.
God, I wish you could fly everywhere in this game. The flight is like the best movement mechanic in any game ever. It's so fast. Like gliding is pretty similar, but there's like a speed limit to gliding. But with flight you could there's a speed limit to flying too, but it was much faster. Enter Rebel College. Okay. Sigrika is here already.
Senior?
You've come.
I've been talking to a lot of people lately. Linnea told me about her past and how she felt lost before she came to Startorch. But she's happy with her life here now. Professor Lucilla said that no matter what happens, she believes I can face it. I'm not alone in this. With you, with her, with Dr. Luke, none of us will let the dark side ruin the Academy. And Denya, she just told me to drop it all and make life easier for myself. That's just her way of caring. And you, Senior, I remember every word you said to me. your voices are like gold. I've been holding them close, thinking. If I'm the one who made the dark side like this, then going back and solving riddles is exactly what the Fraxidus wants, right? But if I stop now, will the Eye of the Vortex become someone else and trap them like it trapped me? Each of these riddles is a reflection of my own fears and doubts. Do I run away from it all? Or do I go face myself in the dark side? I still don't know the answer, but here I am. Confusing, isn't it?
I'm glad you're here. You've already taken an important step.
I want to find the answer myself.
Now let's see what the riddle says.
Didi, please show me the new riddle.
DDD, to solve the riddle first.
No, Didi. Just give it to me. There's only one line on it. Go now to where the revelry began and face your true heart. The revelry?
Must be the new solar celebration.
Then it's beginning. Must be the entrance to the celebration venue.
Uh-huh.
Let's go check it out.
Bruh. That's the Pochi the Rock reference.
Hey, incredible void worm right.
The Incredible Void Worm Rider. I'm probably gonna stop stream around midnight. I don't know. Well, the audio
Look.
is...
The entrance rune is there.
If you got time, be sure to show
I mean, my
this.
CPU and GPU are at like 50% utilization, so I don't know why the audio is getting deep fried. Sometimes. Ooh. Feeling nervous?
A little. This last riddle says I'll have to face my true heart. But what will it look like? My failures? The cost of running away? Or maybe... I don't know. So...
Maybe it'll look like the sum of your parts. You're not alone. You know what? Let's zoom in for this. Let me remove the
Look at me, senior.
FPS overlay.
If it gets to that point, make sure to wake me up, okay?
Alright.
Alright. Time to go. In 3, 2...
1.
Say cheese!
Cheese. How's the game going? Vitality versus China. Hasn't the game been live for like...
Is this Sigrika's dorm?
Let's try looking for my true heart here.
How's it
Senior.
only been like 8 rounds? Never mind. Siggy's gem. Man, I love how smooth this is. Ooh.
Everyone says she's a future Heliotic 6 successor. She has to be the best. So I made sure every rune calculation and deciphering was perfect. And my grades were always at the top of every class. I didn't miss a single course. I paid attention in every lecture, studied for every exam. I worked so hard to keep up, but there's just so much to learn. It feels endless. Sometimes I can't help wondering, how is anyone supposed to learn it all?
You're not supposed to learn it all.
That's not the answer, is it? Let's look somewhere else.
A photo of 3.
Don't look at that. I don't need photos like that. Navora always told me I could do anything because I'm a future Heliotic 6 successor. And Denya always says I should ease up a little. No matter what I do, they're always there to support and comfort me. Their trust means so much to me. But the more they give it, the more terrified I am of messing up, of seeing disappointment in their eyes. It's that fear that kept me pushing forward. If I were all alone from the start, I wouldn't need to worry so much. Wouldn't it be easier?
I'm not so sure about that. Okay, talk to Sigrika.
Still nothing here. Maybe we should just rest and wait for the professors to find out.
Do you think this riddle has an answer, Sigrika?
I don't know. Think about it. Should finding an answer really be so important?
The Sigrika I know would still look for it. She might lose her way or feel nervous, but she'd never turn away from a riddle. So...
Who are you?
How strange. I'm only saying what she already thinks.
those fears are a part of her. But she'll push her way through them to find an answer. She wouldn't wish this all away. The Sigrika I know always chooses to move forward. And I promised her, if the nightmare ever came for her again,
I'd be there to wake her up. That's so cool. Oh my god. We're in a side scroller now. That's great. What the hell? I'm supposed to jump. Oh my gosh. Ow, my ear is itchy. Give me a second. That is so cool. And I'm so glad that I didn't play this part on my old laptop.
It's all because of you. I didn't realize
These words are haunting Sigrika.
I would have exploded.
She's lost in a nightmare now.
Oh, I love when aspect ratio changes.
See? You failed. For real this time. You let everyone down. Again and again they trusted you. They believed you were destined for greatness. What a shame. You were always going to disappoint them. Your gifts were only going to lead you this far. So, why not just give up?
That was so weak, the way he was banging. Call for Sigrika.
Don't listen to her, Sigrika. It's just a nightmare.
Admit it. Doesn't that sound better?
Nah.
No more crushing expectations from family, friends.
Stand by your choice.
No more endless questions from professors. No more pressure to be more.
You move forward on your own terms.
Oh, and your dear senior? You don't need to bother with his expectations either.
Wake up! Wake up! Sigrika! Wake up, Sigrika! A few minutes ago.
Huh? Am I back in reality? But why is the celebration over? What is...
Just hold on.
How could this happen?
What do we do? It's all because of you.
I didn't realize the runes could explode. All this time, Sigrika, and you never told me the runes could explode. How stupid I was to think we'd be best friends for life. I told you to stop chasing those riddles.
No! Danya! Please, listen to me!
Did you ever listen to me? I'm so disappointed in you, Sigrika.
Faster than a rabbit.
Wabbit, wabbit.
Senior, what happened? Did I...
It's your fault, of course.
Oh, girl, so much self-doubt.
You again. So, I'm still in the dark side. None of this is real.
Wrong. This is reality.
You're really gonna believe the doppelganger
You
that's standing in
failed.
front of you?
The dark side swallowed the Academy whole. And now, look around.
I'm everywhere. What do you say, Sigrika? See? You failed again. And this time, it's real. You let everyone down. Again and again, they trusted you. They believed you were destined for greatness. What a shame. You were always going to disappoint them. Your gifts were only going to lead you this far. You knew it all along. So,
Don't listen to her, Sagrika.
why not
It's
just
a
give
nightmare.
up?
Give up.
Or is this really about proving yourself after all?
You need to
Wake
take a
up,
bad rest.
Sigrika.
Those voices.
Wake up, Sagrika.
See those pictures? Look familiar? The you in those frames worked so hard. But what did it get her? Why keep pushing when you're this exhausted? Why not just walk away from it all from the very beginning? See for yourself. You would no longer be haunted by their cheering. The duties and expectations they placed on you would never become chains. And all those tears you cried studying through the night, they'd be gone. Admit it. Doesn't that sound better? No more crushing
Stand by your
expectations
choice.
from family or friends.
Is she like gonna fall and then Rover's gonna catch her or something?
Or is this really about proving yourself after all?
In that case, you need to take a bad rest.
No more endless questions
You
from
move forward
professors.
on your own terms.
No more pressure to be more.
No matter what happens, you, me, Rover, Dr. Luke, we won't let the dark side ruin the Academy.
Oh, and your dear senior?
Wake up, Sagrika.
You don't need to bother with his expectations either.
The Sagrika I know would always choose to keep going.
I kinda look like Rover, don't I? My new model.
Enough! Maybe you were right about some things. I have asked myself, why do I have to live up to everyone's expectations? People say I'm gifted, but it's not like I can just solve everything effortlessly. Their expectations are like gold. Bright, warm, yet heavy. I've never dared to imagine myself failing, scared of seeing the disappointment on everyone's faces. But now, I understand. As long as I keep moving forward, I'm the one holding that gold.
friend once told me to try our best till the end and have no regrets. Even if there are things I can't do. Well, I'm going to do them anyway.
That's so pretty.
Because then I'll get to see my friends, smiling and cheering. So
That's
stop
me
trying
time.
to twist what I feel. You don't get to tell me what I think, or discredit my hard work. My friends would never blame me for coming up short. All this time, I was the one holding myself back. So from now on, I only do what I want to do. Why? What can you possibly do? I can erase you.
And she's not alone.
Her life would have been a lot easier if she had just run away. But I guess finding her own answer works too.
Oh, that face.
Hey! They promised not to use that! Never mind. They should be fine.
Leave it to me.
Strange, strange, how utterly strange. So weird, yet still so determined to transcend. Why is that? Because there's something I want to do. But why? Why? Why not just leave it all behind? Because running away won't make those problems go away. I will defeat you. True name, Illuminate!
Swift and resolute. One more time. Hopefully this helps. Moment of resonance.
Let me! Greet my friends. This is it. You're gonna remember this. Like Kana. Just like this. Know what explosion means?
Swift and resolute.
I really like Spectral Warriors set.
The hour is upon us.
Let me! Fine.
Ah.
Let's go see it up close. Senior!
I'm will forever be the savior. The savior of Lyroy. What is that sound? Are you alright?
Thank you, Senior.
She
When
looks
I
so
close
happy.
my eyes now, I still hear everyone's hopes for me. But I hear something else too. Their laughter and cheers. It's like gold flecked with starlight. It tells me that everyone loved the celebration.
Cut. Man, when are we gonna save Imeth though? She's so cute. Well done. A good job. Nope. That's. Wait, who's the origami? Meet your friends. Ooh. Do I want to do something else? Okay, give me a second though. All right. Should we end this new solar celebration, or is there? Let me Google this real quick. Give me a second. My glasses are dirty. I need to clean. I used to have a spray, like lens cleaning fluid. Ah. One second, 1 second. Okay, so there seems to be some hidden stuff. Yeah, I'll probably try to finish this hidden stuff later before I end the new solar celebration. So for now, should we just end stream? I think so. Hi, Kyle. Thanks for the lurk. Hello, hello. How have you been? Just gonna lurk around, don't mind me. Yeah, I was about to end soon too. I hope you're well. Yes, I am. I think I I'll probably end here because I don't want to complete the story quest yet because it'll remove all of this event stuff, all this decoration, and apparently there's special interactions you can do. Or should I do those right now? Should I look them up and... I don't really feel like it. So I'll probably do them later. Okay, I do want to try one thing though. I want to try turning on ray tracing. Let's see. Oh. You know what? Sure. Okay, wait, let me first check how many frames I'm getting without ray tracing. Okay, about 200 to 240-ish, 180 dips, 170. Okay, let's see how it goes. Low, medium, high. You know what? Let's just go with high for now. I will need to restart the game, I guess. So let's do that. Let's hope this doesn't fry my new computer. It shouldn't. It's like a 5070, so it handles ray tracing pretty well. I've tried it on other games. I tried it on GTA. Is that the only other game I tried? I think so. Yeah, and it didn't really like tank my FPS that much. Maybe like 10% less. So hopefully it'll be similar deal here too. But then again, Wuha is pretty poorly optimized. So let us see how it goes. Worth a shot though. We have to limit test with the new PC, right? Okay, we're like 130, 120, 110, 80-ish dips. Okay, still very much playable. But does it look much better? Also, my nose is gonna bleed. Hello, you. How are you doing? I'm just testing out my new PC. I turned on like the max graphics with the ray tracing and everything. Are you still streaming? Let me. Yeah, you are. You're still live. Look at those reflections. waiting for bamboo, I see. What are you gonna do then? Second episode of your podcast? Showering and I'm all by myself. All by.
Look, I'm not avoiding my paper. I just can't sleep with
Go to
my
one.
constant noise.
You're all by yourself. You're gonna Minecraft later, I see. Oh, ads. Okay, I'm wondering, should I play with ray tracing? Why is the movement of that thing so weird when you're away? I'm alert first. Okay. Have a good lurk. Let me try messing around with the settings. By the way, your stream seems to be lagging. I see. Thanks for letting me know. Let me see. I'm not seeing any dropped frames though. CPU usage is pretty low. Okay, let me keep an eye on the stats. I mean, I am pushing the PC really hard right now. I have it on like absolute maxed out settings. Let's try medium, ray trace reflection, global illumination, shadows. Let me open my stream on my tablet and
Worry not.
okay, let's go somewhere else. What's a good place? Arena Sita, Black Shores. Let's go Raguna City. Are we lagging? The model seemed to lag for a bit. I think we're good now. Dude, the shadows are so good. Oh my god. So good. Okay, I could. Let's tweak some more. Custom window. Resync on. That's fine. Shadow quality. Let's make it high. Capsule AO. What is Capsule AO? Enable the adding shadows. Sure, low is fine. Volumetric fog. High, medium. I think Medium is fine because I don't really like too much fog. Motion blurs off. Crowd density. Let's make it medium. Auto FPS. Damage numbers. Physics-based animation. Wounded effect. Interactive environment. Foliage density high. Auto exposure, render distance, default far farthest. Let's try far. DLSS on, frame gen on, super resolution on, ray tracing on medium. Let's give this a shot. Man, those reflections look amazing. And I'm still at like 200 plus FPS with
Stay
frame
calm.
gen. That's amazing. Water looks a bit weird here though. Ah. Shadows look good, reflections look great. The volumetric fog looks great. This looks amazing, man. And I can still fly around at like 150, 180, 120, 180. Oops, that's a bit of a dip. But then I suppose it's because I haven't visited these parts before, so it's probably like loading the shaders and stuff. Yeah, look, the moment I switch to a new character and use their animations, it lags the first time because it's like loading the shaders. Dude, this game looks so good. Holy. god damn. It looks so good. Oh, the lag. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's only lagging because I'm like exploring areas which I haven't been to, and since I like enabled I haven't been to these areas on my new laptop anyway, but especially since I enabled ray tracing, pretty sure it uses like different shaders. Dude, even the grass looks so good. The rain effects look so good. Oh my god. The fog. Okay, we did drop like a few frames there though.
At your disposal.
Dude, this looks heavenly. So pretty. Damn, this game looks great, man. Okay, let me... Where's the... Where's the Somme Noir entrance? This place, right? Dude, like the lighting looks so different with like ray traced global illumination. Because those farther areas look so much darker, which they normally don't when you don't have ray tracing on. Dude, that's so pretty. Man. This is what I've been missing out on. Oh. Should we try going to Septimont? Because Septimont was another like super laggy place. But... Oh my god. Okay, that's okay, we'll just give it a little time to, you know, load everything in. I mean, it probably won't load everything in until we move, but look at it. Volumetric fog and stuff, man. Oh my god. Well, that was the worst bit of lag I think we've based yet.
Stay behind me.
Ah, Septimon. That's pretty bad. Let's try going back. So I think it skips frames when we're on the loading screen, but I think that's pretty normal. It's not because of ray tracing or anything. It's just the game goes really hard when it's loading stuff. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of loading screens in video games, right? It lets you kind of read stuff from disk and stuff without, making the game lag, because you're on a loading screen, you're not in the game itself. Oh, let's see. Then what happened to the audio is bugging out a lot. Ah, my GPU is at... Oh.
I wish that I were a star glowing brightly in space, so I could light the dark and guide your wandering pace, like a snowflake just falling into the galaxy's embrace, keeping our silent from this bedtime can't erase.
She is rarely this quiet. The clamor of the crowd swells, yet it collapses into a hush the moment it touches the little sphere of you two. From some forgotten moment, a silence drifts into the present, permeating the air between you, along with the gentle tide of her breath. Ah. Those you protected.
As if it belongs to the sky.
Ah.
Still remember the paper planes we flew, carrying tiny dreams we drew. The circle above the lake, like we're slowly fading away. Now they rest beneath waiter glow, hiding deep in time and space. I wish that
Oh.
Why has my novel been confiscated?
Okay, it's really hard to write this in the city. Wait, they just disappeared because it's evening. Okay, yeah, the game definitely looks a lot better, but the frame rate is also a lot more variable with that, so I'll probably, I'll try the low settings maybe, and this should be fine. This is fine. Let's try setting this to default. Auto exposure is fine. foliage density. Cutscene mode. Shadow quality high. Yeah, let's try this.
Stay behind me.
Because I see my GPU is at 99% usage, right? My CPU is only at like 30 to 40%. RAM is, Woowa is using like 13 gigabytes of RAM. That's crazy. But it's fine. I have extra, so it's a good thing that it's using it. What's my CPU temp at? CPU is at 75 degrees.
The blade most worn is often the sharpest.
Okay, 75 degrees is not bad. Okay, so ray tracing basically seems to be putting the stress on the GPU, but then the temps are pretty low. It's only at 68 degrees. Makes sense. Okay, you know what? We're gonna go back to Araguna City, right? And we're gonna turn off ray tracing and see the difference in how the game looks and how many frames we're getting. It's a matter of just me deciding what kind of setting I want, because I could keep ray tracing on and I could just turn down my other settings a little bit because everything's on high right now. I could turn that stuff down to medium, or I could turn off ray tracing and turn these things up even higher. But it's nighttime, so the reflections don't look as detailed.
Stay behind me.
The city looks nice though. Oh, whoops. I did it again. Whoops.
Stay behind me.
Man, that looks great. Okay, now let us go back here and we will turn off ray tracing. I think I need to restart the game, right? Do I need to restart the game? How many FPS am I getting here? 190 to 100. 200. Uh-huh. 260. Is that just ray traced low? No, that actually turns it up. Go Blackshore Shorekeeper domain. So when you turn on ray tracing for the first time, you need to restart the game, but you can turn it off without restarting, I think. Because now is it still ray traced? I don't think so. I have like 260, 270, 280 frames. I don't think it's ray tracing enabled anymore. Black Shores. Death is steep. Where is Shorekeeper? Death is hub. Or is it some modulation hall? Bank of Life? I don't remember where she is. Oh, you mean the tower place? Like where she plays the piano? That should be... let's go here and see. I think that's it, right up there.
That faint
Why did
flick
that
on the city.
abnormal frequency show up near the Black Shore?
Oops. Loading. Whoops. Hi. Nice. Music on. I don't think this is the best place to show it. Because, yeah, it's pretty. Okay, that's... Oh no, invisible wall. A rip. Honami, let's try Honami. Chrono Rift Metropolis. I was looking at Raguna City. It was pretty pretty. Loading screens cause a lot of lag, but I think that's very normal. That's not just for ray tracing or anything. I've seen that happen to like every streamer who plays Wuthering Waves. Whenever they're in loading screens, their game lags. as the game goes like super hardcore and loading. Looks nice. I think the best part of ray tracing is like reflections, and the reflections aren't that good here. Like the overall lighting effects are pretty good. Can you fly in Honami? No. What is this? I'm not gonna go into something right now. Let's go back to Raguna. Is it still dark? It looks better in the daytime. Night is okay too. You can see like the lighting of the city. But I think it looked a lot better in daytime. My eyes. Look at the reflections. Let me switch to daytime. What time does the sun rise? Is there like a sunrise kind of setup? Like, do you actually see the sunrise from the horizon? Oh, look at the clouds. That seems to be the direction of the sun. Oh, look at the tower. When will the sun rise? Let's go to 6 a.m. I don't think you can actually see the sunrise. Yeah, look, the sun. Can't see the sun. But yeah, the reflections look so good. And the like shadows and shadows of everything look so perfect. Like, look at the shadows in the buildings here, like. The shadowy parts are actually shadowy. Imperator. Nice. Let's try inverted tower. Where do you find the inverted tower? Avinolium? Avinolium. What is this? Oh. Gondola. Domain here with shooting stars. Where is it? I don't remember any. Oh, so pretty. So pretty. Volumetric fog is also turned on, so you can see the fog. Oh yeah, the fog was better, and wow. So much light. Blinding lights. Let's see the occlusion of the light. Ah, looks so nice. Let's go. Let's go here. You can see Raguna city on one side, and you can see the foggy area. Sanctum something. That's like the Sanctum area, and Raguna is this side, I think. This is Raguna, and if you go that side, you'll see the foggy Sanctum something. Nimbus Sanctuary or something. What's it called? Mistwale Bay? Nimbus Sanctum. Look at the fog. So much fog. Let's go here. Let's go to the Fantasies 1000 Gateways area. That place is also pretty. Look at the lighting, because like this area is bright, but then deeper inside it's dark, which I think without ray tracing it doesn't look like that. Wait, I can test that, I think. Does this? I'm still not sure if this actually turns it off, or do I need to restart the game? But yeah, look at that. Look at the difference. It's so bright. But if I turn on... Okay, this also confirms that you can just directly turn ray tracing off. Yeah, look at the difference. That's so much more realistic. And look at the towers. Multiple towers. Is the effect of the Somnoir this entrance? Yeah, this is also higher res now. on low settings it looks so shitty. It just looks like a
Stay
JPEG
behind
image
me.
has been stuck there. This looks so good. Okay, let me see what's the difference between ray tracing high and low. Because on low it says I'm on green. Yeah, the difference is not that noticeable. I mean, it's still a lot closer to... Yeah, I don't really see a big difference. And my FPS is, I'm pretty sure, a lot better. What is it now? 200. If I look at the... Okay, 220 to 230, okay. Now let's go ray tracing high and then let's turn off ray tracing. Let's see the difference. This is to 190, around 200, so around what, 20 to 30 FPS difference. Let's turn off ray tracing. And we're at 260 to 280. So another 30 to 40 FPS. I'll probably have it on low. Yeah, I'll try to find some like good middle ground settings. I think this is fine. Crowd density medium, fog medium. LOD bias is okay. Shadow quality, special effects quality. I think this is a good setting for me. Wait, let me see my GPU utilization. If I turn off ray tracing, does it go down a lot or does it still like bottleneck? Yeah, it's still running at 99%. And temp is about the same, 73 degrees, 74. So I think ray tracing low is probably the best option for me. Looks the best and has like a 30-40 FPS effect, but I'm still at 200 plus. So yeah, I think this is it. This is my setting. Why is using like 12 gigabytes of RAM? And I mean, makes sense. If I have 32, then sure. Nice. Okay, I think I will end stream there. We found some good settings for Wova. I think I'll use this. Let me see. Okay, let me try turning down some of the other settings and see how much worse it looks. Special effects medium, shadow quality medium. I want level of detail to be high because I don't like it when objects kind of pop. Like you go close, fog off. Okay. Yeah, it does look clear without fog, but then, you know, for the vibes, I think I'll keep it on low. LOD bias, I could even try turning this all higher. Okay, no, let's leave it at high. Capsule AO. Motion, yeah, motion blur is off, I think. This is... Okay, it adds like shadows. Okay, let's keep it at low. Volumetric fog, low is fine, I think. Volumetric lighting. Oh, this looks better, but it also looks less clear. Like when we were in the Avinoleum, we were getting blinded. Is it only on or off? Is there... Yeah, if there was like a low setting, I would have put it on low. The same for fog. Like, I like the atmosphere of fog, but I don't like that it kind of makes things less clear for you, so that's why I have it on low. Motion blur is off, anti-aliasing is on. Bloom is same thing, like it looks good but kind of blinds you, but I'll leave it on. Crowd density medium is fine. Well, crowd density is like something that really doesn't affect actual gameplay, right? So maybe I just remove some random NPCs and stuff. So good night, we'll join RT gang one day. Okay, good night. Auto FPS and enable graphic quality max FPS if current setup load is too high. I don't think I need this. Damage numbers on, physics-based animations on, cutscene mode on. Foliage density high, medium. Render distance default, sure. Okay, let's try this setting. I don't think it really affected my FPS at all. It was about 220 to 230 anyway.
Stay behind me.
Yeah, I like this. So good. Let me go back here. I think this is the prettiest area in terms of like a lot of details and things, plus reflections in the water, plus a lot of buildings. Yeah, I like how this looks now. You can see like the cloud covers creating shadows. That's so nice. Does that happen without ray tracing too? Do clouds give you shadows? They do, but it's not that realistic looking. Okay, let's turn that on. If I turn fog higher, fog, will it make the city foggier? It's about the same. Yeah, I think I'll turn down the fog. Because anyway, I don't like it when things make it harder for you to see. Oops, wrong. Okay. I think we are good. Yeah, I like this setup. My GPU is at 72 Celsius, CPU is at 76. Those are pretty good temperatures for a laptop. So, yeah, I think I'm happy with this. All right.
Good boy. Go fetch it.
Clone drone in the danger zone. What is this? This game is so pretty. And I was like missing this for so long. Ah. Okay, a friend is probably gonna join me for some
The
gaming.
blade most worn is often the sharpest.
I'm gonna take a quick break and like make some instant noodles or something. And wait, am I lagging? I am, right? Like the model is lagging. Is it the game settings? Do I want to turn them down then? What if I turn off ray tracing? Nope. I think it's just the fact that Wuwa is using up like all of my GPU power, so
Good boy. Go fetch it.
how do I make it so that YouTube Studio is set GPU priority? Oh, if I do that, does it help?
The blade most worn is often the sharpest.
Still kind of laggy. But yeah, I don't think it's based on my Wuwa settings, right? Okay, let me... let me use... apply recommended settings. And now... nope, it's still... yeah, I think Wuwa is just on like a higher priority. What if I make it performance? Oops. Performance. DLSS. Turn off frame gen maybe. Let's try this. Oh, that looks so much worse. Holy. But I'm still at 4. What? And I am the VTube Studio is still laggy, so yeah. I don't think. Wait, let me check my task manager. Let me see what is using. Let me add the GPU column. VTube Studio is using 82% of my GPU. What the hell? No, bro, no. Please do not. Wait. Okay, let me turn off YouTube Studio for a sec. Has YouTube Studio been like gimping my game performance this entire time? I want like quality. I want frame rate 120. VSync is fine. Special effects medium is fine. Shadow medium is fine. LOD high. Low. Low. Motion blur off. Anti-aliasing on. Crowd density low. Head flashes on. Auto FPS off. On. Foliage density medium. High is fine. Auto exposure, render distance, DLSS, frame gen. Instantly looks so much better. And my GPU utilization is at like 87. Dude, VTube Studio was hurting my GPU more than Wuthering Waves was. What the hell, man? That's crazy, no? Huh. Yeah, I think this is a good setup. And I'm only at like 83% GPU utilization. Dude, VTube Studio was hurting. When I looked at the GPU tab on my PC, VTube Studio was using like 80% of the GPU, which is crazy. Okay, I do want to try something though. So right now I see Uva is using like 52%, 55% GPU. OBS is using
Good boy.
19% because I'm using the NVENC
Go fetch it.
encoder. So it's encoding on my GPU. Now the question is, so the only game I play where I really want like a competitive advantage, like in Wuthering Waves and Genshin, I'm fine with like latency and stuff, like I'm using frame gen and all that. The only game I play is Valorant, where I want like the best performance, as many frames as I can get. So I really want to test whether my CPU or my GPU is bottlenecking in Valorant. And if my GPU is bottlenecking, then I will probably switch my OBS to use a CPU-based encoder, because my CPU is pretty powerful. You can see it's only running at like 27%. So if I switch to a CPU-based encoder, even if it's like a 20-30% more CPU usage, if that frees up like 20% of my GPU, I just need to try it out. So
A faint power.
1 second.
But still, one that commands attention. The blade most worn is often the sharpest.
And time. One second. Yeah, should I switch to Valorant for a second? Just for a second.
A faint power, but still one that commands attention. The blade most worn is often the sharpest.
One second.
Good boy. Go fetch it.
Okay. We are good. Was it Augusta, or was it was Yuno, right? Who had this issue where her model would go all blurry when you moved, when she first launched? I think they fixed it, right? Because I don't see it anymore. Okay.
Wait.
The animations in this game, man. You know who's my favorite character in terms of animation still? Even though she's from like 1.x. It's Jinshi. Look at the... Wait, why is she using this?
May I pray for anything specific
Oh,
for
you
you?
ain't her.
It would be my
Jissa.
honor.
Don't I have a special skin for her weapon or something? Equip weapon. There you go. Cannot
May I
equip
pray for any...
during battle. What do you mean? Okay. Her animations are so graceful.
Our lights shine through. Take form. Bask in starlight. Blessed end.
That is so cool. Still my favorite in terms of like smooth animations in this game. Like she literally attacks with a like a floaty greatsword plus a dragon. How do you beat that? And a very smooth moving dragon with that, like, look at the dragon animations, they're so... Yeah, they did an amazing job with her animations in my opinion. Okay, I think that's enough Wuthering Waves for now. And I may ask my friend if he's coming to play and what he wants to play.
May I pray for anything specific for you? It would be my honor. I'm sure your wishes will come true.
Okay, let's see how badly VTube Studio tanks my FPS, okay? We're at what, between 220 to 230 to 40? 230 to 240, okay, as soon as I alt tap, that's fine. Okay, 230-ish, right? Now, I shall start up VTube Studio. Virtual Tuber Studio. I was at 80% GPU usage and 240-ish FPS. Let's see what VTube Studio does to that. I'm pretty sure my GPU utilization is gonna reach 99. Yeah, GPU utilization is at 99. Frames dropped by around 15-ish. 10 to 15. GPU
May I pray for anything specific for you?
Oh
it would be my honor.
Yeah, I think.
I'm sure your wishes will
Oh,
come
and
true.
we're not even tracking yet. When we start tracking, yeah, this is just a thing, isn't it? I just need to deal with this. VTube Studio is using more of my GPU than Wuthering Waves is. What the hell, man? I need to look into ways to optimize VTube Studio now. Like, holy hell. We're back to like 80% GPU usage. Man, that's crazy. What the hell? I don't like that. How do I... thankfully my game isn't that badly affected, but yeah, I need to look into how to optimize.
May I pray for anything specific for you? It would be my honor. I'm sure your wishes will come true.
Let me... First things first, let me cap my VTube Studio FPS to... FPS and physics. Wait, what happened? Okay, there. Oh, set processing priority. Let me check what my process priority is. How do you check that though? It's at normal. Okay. What about OBS? Normal. What about...
May I pray for anything specific
the
for you?
game?
It would be my honor. I'm sure your wishes will come
What
true.
if I set the game to high priority? Does that do anything? Nah. I'm gonna set the game back to normal priority. Under quality and effects.
May I pray for anything specific for you? It would be my honor. I'm sure your wishes will come true.
Oops. I'm just trying to fix my VTube Studio stuff.
May I pray for anything specific for you? It would be my honor.
What does this do?
I'm
Does it
sure
make
your
my...
wishes will come true.
Oh, that's a lot better. is a lot better. Oh my god, that fixed it. Man, don't you just love when random people on Reddit have the perfect solution for you? Like, holy, that's amazing. I can try going back to 60 FPS now, I think.
May I pray for anything specific for
I am
you?
smooth.
It would be my honor.
And my VTube studio is only using like 8% GPU.
I'm sure
which
your
is
wishes will come
8.5,
true.
which is fine, I think. I could switch back to 30 FPS and that'll make it like 4 point something percent. Yeah. Okay, I'm just wondering if I should keep it at 60 or 30 is fine. Just testing out the... I think 60, right? That's a lot smoother. Yeah, I like that. And I can spare the extra like 4%, 5% of GPU usage, I think. I could do one thing. I could reduce the resolution, and what that does is it makes me smaller. That's fine. And yeah, where is it? Where is it? If I just do this.
May I pray for anything specific for you? It would be my honor. I'm sure your wishes will come true.
Does it work across scenes? Yeah, that's amazing. That's perfect. That is actually perfect. Oh my god, that was... Yeah, my VTube Studio went from using 80% of my GPU to using 5.3%.
May I pray for anything specific for you? It would be my honor.
Something? That was something.
I'm sure your wishes will come true.
Now, what did I want to test with Valorant? I wanted to test if it's CPU bound or GPU bound, and based on that, what was I gonna do? Change my OBS encoding. I think NVENC is definitely the best option for me. I don't think that's something I need to look at. It was only because of VTube Studio that I was suffering, but it should be good now.
May I pray for anything specific for you? It would be my honor. I'm sure your wishes will come true.
You know what? Let's give it a shot though. Let's launch Valorant and see. Let's just wait for the game to launch. Hello. Is there an update? Oh my god, there's an update. Spring is online. Okay, we are going in game. When did I take my coat off? Oh, yeah, I remember when I thought I looked like Rover, so I wanted to go into the darker outfit. Okay, window capture. Let us capture Valorant. It's gonna be too big. Yeah, no. I'll need to change my... Make it full screen and make it... Does that work? Valorant on full screen is so bad. Like whenever you switch scenes, whenever you alt tab, it goes.
My ultimate's ready.
Okay, okay. Maybe the full screen scene. Okay, what are we at? Let's see. Our GPU is chilling at 34%. Our CPU is chilling at 55%. So what? Why are we not going higher on the FPS? Is it just like... What's with the lag? Wait, why? What? Why are we chilling with the FPS? Like, I feel like you could go much higher, no? You could go like 500 FPS easy. What's with those lag spikes though? I don't like how this looks for me. This looks really bad for me. If I do this, it'll be a bit too big for you. But if I go back to this... Hey, why is it not letterboxing? Huh? But if I do that, it'll go to... That's crazy. Who's online? Razmi. Okay, there you go. That's letterbox. But I don't think it looks good on stream, does it? Oh my god, what the hell is wrong with this? That's a problem. That is a problem. Oh, it's because we are. What about this? See, the problem is I have a 16 to 9 aspect ratio, right? So if I... What Valorant is doing is it's stretching out the image, so everything looks super tall for me, kind of narrow, which is the opposite of what people usually want. They want stretched res. Hello. What do you want to play? Wait, did you reply on? No. Oh, you did. Something chill, so not Valorant. Well, I don't want to play Valorant. I was just testing to see, like, if it's gonna make my CPU or GPU reach 100%, but apparently both are chilling, but I'm at like 270 FPS, so I don't understand why it's not going higher. Off stream, it was going like 700 FPS in the range. But yeah, now it's like 270 to 280 FPS. I also get... Do they have like a limiter or something? Because I can definitely get more, right? My temps are also like 72 on CPU and 65 on GPU. Like 30 to 37% utilization, so with an indie company, who knows? Yeah. Okay, what should we play? Golf? Golf with your friends. Yeah, we can play golf, or we can play, what else? Deep Rock, but that we'll wait for Sedai Night, right? Yeah, let's just play some, like half an hour of golf maybe. Peak. I don't have Peak installed, but how big is it? I can try installing it. Steam. I think they added this like April Fool's joke, where instead of, when you right click, instead of helping your friend up, it kicks the... I don't know if it's still there or if they removed it, if it was one day only. Let me close Valorant. Exit to desktop. Would be awesome to... How big is Peak? Peak 7.24 GB. I don't know if it'll make my stream lag if I start downloading. Let's see. Okay, download size is 1.6 only. 1 minute 10 seconds remaining. Oh, but stream is lagging now, I think. No? Yes? I could limit my Steam. 10 seconds. Okay, we are done with the install. So I think my my stream should stop lagging now. I also installed Apex just to try it on the new PC. And it didn't feel as fun as before. I didn't play any normal game, I was just in the range. Peak, let's play Peak. Play Peak using DX12. I hope that should be fine. Ah. Oh boy. What happened? Oh, Peak is so loud. Let me set my resolution and volume. Then I will share it. That was for Apex, I see. Should we just use the in-game voice? Think your chat. Are you on phone or desktop? Or wait, is it actually my overlay that's lagging? Let me see. Test. No, I think it's fine. Try refreshing if you're on desktop. Same for phone, actually. Just try pausing and unpausing. It just lags behind for some reason. Even my tab that I'm using is, yeah, the latest message on my tab right now is that was for Apex because it's lagged so much. Push to talk. Let me set this to push to talk. Okay. Okay, let's see. How does this capture work? Peak. Why is it so big? Wait, what if I use full screen? Okay, it does the same thing as Valorant. So then I will use windowed. I use windowed and 1080. It should be fine on stream, right? Yeah. Why is it not fine on stream window? Wait, what? It's supposed to be 16:9. Just like my My stream is also 1080p, right? So why is there extra space? Bruh. What if I do this? Huh? Okay, OBS was just glitching. Okay, let me set this to 1080. And I think we should be... Why is there no snapping? Did I turn off the snapping? Anyway, okay, I think we're good now. Okay, did you host? I forgot everything. Okay, then let me host. Host game. Let me put the window here. Okay, let me VSync off. I can turn on VSync for this, I think. Or never mind. Render scale, native, shadow distance, medium, texture quality, high, world, medium, ambient occlusion, sure. What is this? When did I get this outfit? Let me turn off the FPS thing. Or maybe I'll let it be. Right click was for grabbing. R is emote. The problem with peak is that it takes so long. Can you hear me? No. Wait. No, I can't. Is it V? Hello, hello, hello. Was it V? Watch to talk is V, yeah. Can you hear me? What is this kick? Volume 100%. Ah. Weird. Let me set it to voice activation. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. No, it doesn't seem to be working, I think. It used to show an icon somewhere. Huh. Is it because it doesn't have permission or something? It shouldn't be for you, at least. You still have the old, like the version you've used before, right? For me, it's a new. Yeah, maybe, but let's just use Discord then. Let me set it to push to talk then, and Discord. Yeah, the problem with Peak is we are not going to be able to finish it. We could just do like maybe first 2 regions, sections. Let me turn on some PGM. Discord. Hello. Hello.
Yes, finally.
Yeah, I think it's broken in Peak.
Yeah.
Okay, what was the trick? There was something. Oh no, wait, you had to do the dead emote, I think. No, wait, not like that. Jump onto it, then do the dead emote, and then keep jumping. Nice. Okay, let's just do the Tenderfoot. Easy one.
Yeah.
Lollipop. Trail mix. Oh, rescue claw. Back. Compass. Then we put the lollipop inside the bag. Yeah, both food items are in the bag. Okay, let's go. Oh, one more. Bandage, checkpoint flag, nice. What was I think checkpoint flag was for, like, was it for saving? Like, can you save and then play again later or something?
I don't remember that.
They added it after launch, like it wasn't there in the initial version.
I remember we used a mod or something.
Yeah, and it glitched the game, so there was no player at the top.
Yeah.
think on higher difficulties there's no flare at top, but we were playing on like the lowest one, so there should have been flare. Do we want coconuts? Let's get coconuts. Where did the okay, it's here. There is a coconut half here in the water.
Yeah,
I'm under the
coming.
water. There. Wait, let me put something in the back. Come to the flat ground and let's put something in the backpack. I'll put the bandage. Yeah. Okay, let's go. First aid kit. Nice. Okay, wait, let me then take the... I'll take the bandage and keep it just in case if I get hurt, then I can use it. Because you will have the med kit in the backpack anyway. Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, how do we climb? Side, left side. So many bags. It's more here. Sports drink, another checkpoint flag. We don't have space anymore.
I can drop this useless thing.
Sports
I
drink
have 2 sports drinks.
gives you extra stamina or something, right? Can we just drink
Yeah.
it now?
Sure.
Yeah, it just gives extra stamina, so you can just drink.
I already took it, yeah.
Nice.
Let's go then. Oh, you went that side, I went this side.
How should we climb? We can go right, but then it'll be like the edge of the map after some time.
Yeah. It's been a very long time since I played this game.
I think left is probably slightly safer.
What is happening? Now I can PM properly. Oh, yes.
Nice. Slightly risky. No, there's no. Maybe that way then.
Yeah, you go first. I have less stamina. Ah, you came from there. Yeah, nice.
Nice. Should we just climb this thing and then cross the bridge? I guess we can do that. Or we can... yeah, let's just go up. Wait, did I? I didn't change my category on Twitch. Let me change that. Okay.
Can we go from here? Let's see. Yeah.
Where was the bridge? Was it the other side?
Left side, left side. I think we can go from here. Oh, it's still very far.
Oh, the bridge was below us. We climbed.
What? Oh, wow.
We climbed too much. Can we just
Very
keep
nice.
climbing? I think yes. Is there safe ground? Very little bit, yes. But wait, where do we go from here? You can try.
Ah, don't fall.
Uh-oh. Okay, there is some safe ground, but I lost my extra stamina.
Then I don't have enough. Ah, what? I fell. What the
No.
fuck? I was standing and I fell.
No, I think we should
Didn't even
use-
do anything.
Did you die or are you alive?
This is not good. I need to eat the coconut.
We can just use the bridge, I guess.
Yeah.
Let me also eat the coconut, I guess. Yeah, let's go down.
Oh no, I'm going to fall. the sport drink.
You have medkit also if you need. Oh, another smoke thing.
Yeah, how to use the backpack?
4 and then you need to drop it on like smooth ground. I think we had a mod for that also to like auto use like without having to drop it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I haven't installed mods. I just installed the game.
Okay, now I have enough stamina. Why can't I stand there? It has a yellow thing. Let me just go there. Can I? Oh no. And the bridge is towards my left, right? Or right? I can't see it.
I don't see. Okay, I see you now. Yeah, to your left. Yes. Now go here. More left up, and then you can drop down. Nice. Okay, how do we go? I guess this way. Go this way also. Yeah, I think this way was bad. Like the way I came, I had to use some extra stamina, but I think this was better option.
I already came.
Oh, nice.
Ah, there are carrots here.
Where did you go? Oh, I see.
Where we just climbed medicinal route.
Oh. I think it heals you.
Nice.
There's some red berry there, but it's kind of hard to get there. Should we go for the berry?
I do have some hunger.
Yeah, me too. I think only 2, right? Yeah.
No, there is one more. Somehow I can pick it.
Nice. Can I jump and grab this? Nice.
No, I fell! Oh, thank God, no damage.
Nice. Okay.
Let me go to the berries again. Okay, I have to press shift. Okay.
Coconut. It's gonna fall. Can you get ready to catch it? Yeah, wait. I'll wait for you.
There you are.
I don't have space, so it'll fall if I press E.
Yeah, 1 minute. Yes, now I can catch it. Yes. Oh,
nice.
only one, huh?
I think you have one and one's on the ground.
Yeah, I have it. Now I need to put it in my backpack.
If you have hunger, you can eat it too.
Okay.
Is this mushroom cluster shroom? Should I have it? I don't know if it's poisonous or not.
Yeah, just send it.
Let's see if there is some effect after a few minutes. As of now, nothing has happened.
We need to go there. Or to pink.
I was going right. Can we stand on leaves? I think we can, right? Let's risk it. No!
Oh no!
But I grabbed it, okay.
Oh, nice. Direct jump.
Nice. Oh, these are, I think,
This one
slightly
is-
poisonous, yeah.
Yeah.
But if you're very hungry, you
more.
can eat it. I think I'm not very hungry, but I'll just eat it. I think the poison goes away anyway after some time.
There is cluster shroom here again. Should I eat it?
Sure. Eat it, eat it.
Yeah.
More shrooms. I don't think it did anything bad, so this is bugle shroom.
Yeah. Nice.
Almost there.
What is this? Shelf fungus.
Oh, it's the one when you throw it and it creates like a platform on the wall. Big luggage. Oh, scout cannon, trail mix, energy drink. Nice. We have 2 backpacks now. I'll break the statue. Anti-rope spool. It's nice, but
I have space.
let's put it in the backpack.
What the fuck? What is happening? Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah. Oh, wait, where is my drink? Ah, I dropped. Yes.
Let's roast the marshmallows. Let's light the campfire. Yeah, let's cook all the food stuff we have because I think it does good thing for most of the things. What happens if you cook bandage? Let's find out. Marshmallow, I think I'll save this.
Can I cook lollipop?
Yeah, I think so. I think you can cook everything, but some things go bad if you cook. But most food stuff, if you cook, it's good. If you cook some random stuff, then sometimes it has bad effects.
Okay.
Let's go. There is a luggage there, but I don't know if we can get there. Oh, there's 2 luggage there. Let's try going there. There is a wine.
I think this way is easy.
Trying to go for the luggage. Oh no, it's raining. Up. I think these leaves you can stand on the rounded canopy. Oh, there's antidote. More antidote. Portable stove. I can take the stove, I think. I have 1 slot. No, I don't.
Let's eat something. Maybe I will eat the coconut now. Now I have a space. I will take this antidote.
You can take the stove also if you want.
Now I don't have space. I have 1 antidote now. If you want, you can eat something.
No, I think I'm fine.
Then I am not taking the stove.
What is that? called like a kingberry or something. Am I doing pole dancing on this?
Yes.
Can you not climb this thing?
Maybe climb the tree, the stone from the left
Yeah.
side.
That's funny. Green kingberry. It will drop, I think.
Yes.
I don't know what it does though.
And should we store it or eat it? Do you have hunger? Yes, you
I
have more
have
than
a little bit. Yeah. Feed it. Let's see. Oh, poison. It's okay. Slight
Oh,
poison.
no.
I don't think this is a good way to go. Let's use this. That was a nugget. Medkit energy drink. Do you have any damage?
No damage.
Should we throw away the bandage and
I mean, I have lot of food. So I have medicinal root as well.
yeah, I also have. Let me just
I have
use this bandage and see what happens. Cooked bandage. Nothing happened. I will keep the first aid. So we both have a first aid now. Nice.
No, I don't have first aid. I have a medicinal root.
Oh, you used your first aid, I guess. The
Yes, yes.
medicine.
Let me drink the energy drink.
There is a vine under us we can use to cross. Let's wait for the rain. Okay.
Energy drink has given me sleep. Wow, very nice.
Yeah, it causes crash out. Not crash
So you
out,
just
crash.
jumped and grabbed.
Yeah, press E at the right time.
Okay, yes.
Nice. Balloon. Sure, let me just use it. Lava. There's like pillars of lava falling.
Wow.
How
Nice.
do we get? There is a vine here, which not useful, I think. Oh no, more rain. Mushroom. Bugle shroom. Do you want?
Yes.
There's more here, I think. Oh, I got poked by the vines. Cluster shroom. Let me have it. There's 2 more cluster shrooms, but I don't have hunger.
I am full also. Oh, there are exploding.
Oh, cluster shroom gives you poison. When will it stop?
But, I mean, you also had it last time. Or I also had it last time.
Was it cluster? And maybe this was
Yes.
poisonous variety, I don't know. I have like 50% poison now.
Button shrooms are here. And they look like screws, to be honest.
Does that mean they're poisonous or not?
I don't know.
If you want, you can try. I already have 50% poison. I shouldn't risk.
Nothing happened.
Wait for a few seconds.
Yep, nothing happened.
Nice. Wait, then let me have that one.
Oh shit, I had already one.
No, it's okay. I only have tiny bit of hunger, but instead of leaving it, better to have it.
Yeah, that's why I also had another one.
Should we go left or right?
Right looks better. Let's see. Not really.
We can try.
I go more right, then I climb.
I'm going to try left for a bit. There is a vine, so oops.
Am I not moving? What the heck?
Oh, oh, I grabbed, I grabbed it.
Wait, now where do I go? Should I go to the left? Yes, there is some space on the left. Oh, I have to jump. No, no, no! I want to fall!
No! Oh my god! Did you die?
No, no, not dead yet. Shit, that was a very long fall. Let me eat cooked medicinal root. Oh, nice. Yeah, I still have like 20% damage.
I have another medicinal root and a medkit. If you can get up.
So you went to the left, right?
I was still at the vine, but now I'm trying to go straight up. Yeah, straight up from the vine. Like there's a rock, you need to climb around it, but with damage, I don't know how. Oh, wait, I have rescue claw. Should I try using it?
What is that rescue claw?
Like if you point it at someone, it will grab them and pull them to you. If you do it on a wall, then you will be pulled to the wall.
Ah, these poisonous plants, I hate them. Wait, let the poison go, otherwise I will not make it. Did you stop in between?
Yeah, look up.
After.
Do you see? Oh, in between, like climb the vine, there'll be a bit of green there, so I waited there, then I grabbed the vine again and climbed slightly up.
Okay. Yes.
After waiting for a bit, you can climb the vine again to go up like 1 meter or so. Then you'll need to climb, like climb straight up is what I did. But there's like a rock, so you need to kind of go over the rock.
On your left.
No. Did you run? No.
Oh, no damage, no damage, no
Oh,
damage, no
nice.
damage.
It is just out of
What
reach.
is happening?
Ah, okay, I can try using the rescue claw if I see you again. But wait, if I miss, then I will go down.
Oh no, I have very less stamina. I will not make it again. Oh.
Oh,
Wait,
no.
wait, where? Okay, now I'm done. I can't do this anymore. I have like 60% or 50% damage.
Are you just below? Wait. I will throw the rescue claw. You can use it to grapple up, I think. Wait, how do you throw Q? Okay. I'm throwing it. Do you see me? Okay.
Yes, I can see it. Yes.
Try to climb as much as you can, then you can use the rescue claw to like grapple up.
Yeah, let me try.
But it might like ragdoll you again, so try to grapple to like a safe, flat-ish place, or grapple to me, maybe.
Now how do I use it? I'm stuck somewhere and now I can't see you.
Do you see my pointer by any chance?
No. Should I go to the left? Yes, there I can go.
Yeah, let's try to. I guess I'll leave them. Try to meet up somewhere else. But I don't think you can come here.
Ah, there's another way. Wait. Let me try this way. From the left? No, there is not.
I think I'm almost at the left edge of the map.
Oh my god, I fell even more now.
Oh.
Okay. Am I? Yes, I'm dead. Shit.
Satch. This is like a closed off place. I will hit the ceiling if I don't get out. Does this game have like a gamma control? It's... I want more brightness.
Hex.
I can't see. Let it be. I can jump.
Oh, now I'm a ghost, yes.
Should I risk it? Let's do it. No! Okay, at least no damage, fine. But should I... Yeah, I think I need to climb up.
Yeah, a bit to the right. Yeah, you can rest here.
Oh. Ah. There is a hole in the cave roof. Can I reach that?
Would be able to.
Ah. Let me go back and rest first. Ah, no, let me just take the safe route. There's like little patches of green here. Will it let me rest? No.
No.
I guess right.
Can you climb on the lava?
I doubt. I am getting intrusive thoughts of just jumping.
Try to touch it.
Oh, my god!
Yeah, that was crazy shit.
Oh my god. Wake up, wake up.
Oh, back from the dead.
We just have this. It did nothing, but okay. I guess. Very Rixie. No? No. How do I go now? Oh, that side maybe, but there's all these thorns. Hey, can you stand on top of this? I think you can, right? But it'll damage. Oh, oh no. There is some ground here. What do I do? I think I'm stuck. What do I have? Anti-rope spool. Should I use anti-rope? It should go up, but I don't even see a like safe space up. Is there a safe space? Let's just give it a shot, I guess. Nothing else to do. Spool. This is not a good place. Let me go back to the lava pillar and do it. Oh. it go up? Oh,
no! Damn.
Wake up, wake up, wake up. I need to use the weight gain. Oh no, dead.
Oh no. Shit.
Such. I just got like a last bit of HP as I died. But it was too late, I guess. Let's do golf now.
Yeah.
Okay. Golf. I don't think I've launched golf on this PC. I hope it doesn't do some. It'll probably do some dependency installation stuff, maybe. Okay, no, direct launch. Wow. Very nice. Oh wow, it's so big.
Let me host meanwhile.
Customize settings. Video. Where is 1920? Damn it. Video quality on golf, I can turn it up to ultra.
I think that that would still be very less.
Yeah. Okay, let me join now. Hit tab.
Okay. Vision enabled. Wanted. Oh. Do less.
You have a hand.
Zombie hand. I wanted to
Let
change
me
it.
Change my.
What? No!
Oh no.
Ah. This is really bad. What? Oh, come on. It was hole in one,
wait,
man.
wait.
It touched the border.
Savage.
Ah. No, went into the second.
No, same. Like I went outside too.
No. No. Yes, 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 yes. Thank God. Ah. Oh, come on.
I am in a very bad position. Oh no. Oh, so close.
Oh.
So close.
Same thing happened. I hate this one. I always mess up this one. Even though it's
No,
so simple.
I also.
Stop. Shit.
No. Oh, I went outside and I came back here.
Nice. Ah.
No. Oh no, I wasted a shot.
Ah, too less.
No.
And that doesn't work ever. To sacrifice one shot.
Yeah. No, too less. Oh!
Oh.
So close. Oh, I hit it too less. No. So bad. Let me
Just to full power.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh shit.
I think I did 2.5 or something.
Yeah, nice. Two shots wasted.
What is this? I don't remember ever playing this.
Yeah, same.
Let's try going between the legs. There is an alternate way of the.
Oh no!
Same.
Shit, I bounced from the vine and onto the edge. Let me try again. A little bit less power. Yes, yes, yes. Stop. Yes. Yes, yes.
Oh. Should I try the skip? There's a ramp here. Let me try.
Oh no, 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 no. It's too risky.
Yeah, it is, but oh.
Oh, nice.
It's the current. Oh, the current is gonna take you up, I think.
Yeah, full power. Oh no!
I messed
Threw
up.
me out at the end. A little bit less than full.
No, I am in such a bad position. I'm like under.
Yes, yes, yes. Stop.
No, wait. Okay. Oh.
What is this? Wrong angle.
Oh my god.
Ah, damn you, books.
Oh.
I hate you.
Oh. No.
Shit.
Okay.
Go with the safer way. Oh, could have also bounced from here. Shit. If it came back.
Ooh, this is pretty bad angle for me, I think. Oh no, nice. Oh no, I went outside.
For me, it passed through, passed from the side of the boat.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
oh no. Six, 7.
And my score is 69. Oh
Nice.
wow. A lot of obstacles.
Oh, full power. What?
Oh.
Crazy! Oh, I thought you were gonna make it.
Yeah. I think I'll try that, but a little more to the left. Yeah, wait. Nice.
No! No! I hate you.
Wait, where are we supposed to? Which is the... Huh? Oh, okay, I see. You're supposed
Yeah,
to
yeah,
go and
to
then
go down
fall.
like this.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Come. Position for me.
Can go both ways, I think.
Yeah, both is same.
Look, yeah, similar. No, I hit such a bad angle. Okay, thankfully. What was that? I'll just sacrifice a shot.
Come on.
No, I got blocked. No.
Finally.
Double bogey. Nice. Can do one more maybe.
Big or small?
Small, let's do small.
I hate this one. I always suck in this one. Zik Knight is a pro in this one.
No. Oh.
Ah. Yes.
No. Oh no. I wanted to skip ahead, but I got too greedy. Should have hit more to the left.
Oh yes, fine.
No, okay. No.
Oh yes. Oh. Woo. Whoa! Crazy.
Oh.
Damn, that was nice.
No. Such.
Yes, go. No, come on.
No, I hit it too hard.
Oh. Yeah.
This way. No, I fell off. Hi, Xenia. Xenia is saying hi to you too. Wait, how hard should I hit it? Hello. Oh, nice.
Oh, I can also speak. I forgot. I was typing. Yeah, so far Dork was winning all the other. We only played one.
We only played one, yeah. This is the second one. Now I'm losing. Yeah, it's right. Okay. I will try going into the risky. Oh, nice.
Yes. Oh wow, yours too nice.
I went into the slide. Who's winning? This one, Banana Kid is winning. Let's go.
This one is very bad for me. Oh. Now that Zik Knight is not there, I can make it.
I'm going to try to copy what you did. No. Oh, no, don't fall.
This one.
Oh.
Oh, close.
Eight lead. Yeah, this is difficult. No, I should have hit harder, I think.
No, shit.
Wait, what are all these trap holes for?
Go into the last one. Last one is better. Oh no.
Go, 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 go. Okay.
Nice.
Nice. Oh. Oh.
Full power.
No. I did 3.5.
Full is needed. Ah, 2 less. Oh no! Bounced off.
No.
Yes, stop. Yes.
Nice.
2.1.
No. Wow, that was 2.1.
2.1? Yes, 2.1. It will bounce on the biscuit and then
nice.
I will take the left one. I am following Zik Knight's steps here. He was very pro in this map, so I am copying everything he did.
I just fell off. Oops.
I hit very less, like less than even one.
Oh, what is that physics? Okay, wait. Okay. Can I get it in one? Nice.
Oh, yes, nice.
22:33. Oh, I have that mouse thing. I think it's because my hand is sweaty.
Oh shit, I didn't check the chocolate slide.
I barely missed it.
And now you're blocking me.
No, should have hit a little bit harder. Oh! I think I still no, I just had hit it already, so it counted a shot again. I should have just waited. Alright, GG's.
GG, bye bye.
Bye bye. Alright, GG's. Should we raid someone? Uh, is there anyone streaming something? Denko is streaming Infinity Nikki. Jade is streaming Where Winds Meet. Kovi is streaming Warframe. We can raid her, I guess. How long has she been live? Let me see. Yeah, I think let's raid her. Okay. Okay, we're back from the ads. Let's go to chatting. Alright. Good night, everyone. Bye bye. Thanks for dropping by. We will raid Kovi. She's playing Warframe. I think she's new to the game. Not sure. But yeah, that's the raid message. Raid if there's any subs online right now. Hi, Ryla. I was just about to end. Hello. How's your oh no. How's your week going? Hope you had a fun stream. Yeah, I did. I was just testing out my new PC. I was trying like ray tracing and wuthering waves and stuff. The game looks so good. At like max settings, my week has been crazy so far. Really. Do you want to see it? It looks so good, man. Like my old laptop could barely handle it, but now it's so nice. Looks very pretty. And I can now use like frame gen and stuff, like DLSS frame generation. So like natively it only gets like 50-60 frames. I will see in the board. Yeah, all good. But like with frame generation I get like 180 to 200 frames, which is like so good. Because before, like in Star Torch Academy and like Septimon, places like that, I would get like 15 to 20 FPS while streaming. Without stream it would be pretty okay, it would be like 40 to 50. But yeah, that's so insane. Yeah, it is. It's like a whole different world. So nice. Oh yeah, thanks for claiming your dailies. Yeah, let's raid. We're gonna raid this person. She's playing. Thanks for claiming your daily to Koro, by the way. Hi, I was just about to end. Wait, should I just let me just launch Boa. Like I want to experience it too. It feels so different from what I'm used to. Let me switch back to this and to this. Why did my bot shout you out twice? Hi Dor, finally got a moment to check out Twitch. Hello Koro, how you been? Thank you for yeah. Why did my bot shout you out twice though? Do I have you twice on the list of auto shoutouts? I think I do. Yes, I do. I have you twice on the list. That's why it shouted you out twice. That makes sense. And this is what, like 200 plus FPS. It feels so nice. I don't know if it's... Yeah, on stream you'll probably be seeing like 60 FPS, but yeah, it is so nice. I'm doing alright, have a lot of work to get done, but I can work from home tomorrow, that's nice. So some stuff happened at my workplace which has led to like pretty much permanent work from home for me, which is so nice.
Wind rises.
Need to see Septimon grass, yeah, we can see that, but this is ray tracing, you can see like real-time reflection and stuff. Wait, let me change the time to daytime. I think it looks better in the day. Let's make it 9 AM. Wait, did I turn off ray tracing? Or is it on low? I think it's on low. Let me make it high. Just to experience it. And let me turn this to... Let's max out everything. It'll probably go to like 150 FPS maybe, but... Yeah, that looks so nice. Let's go Septimon. Septimon is also pretty, especially for streaming, working streams, yeah. Septimon is in Rinasita. Septimon. What's a good place? Why I never collected these, whoops. Let's just go here. Let me hide the FPS counter thingy.
Is there anything of interest?
Let me close that. Yeah. Oh, it's taking some time to load up, but yeah. Look at that. Looks so nice. Wait, do I have... Oh, I have motion blur on. That's why it looks so weird. Motion blur off. The grass is grassy, yeah. That PC just to see how I pose in ultra settings, yeah. Yep.
I shall lead the
So
way.
good. Look at like the smoke and stuff. Ooh, disturbs me.
Evil be cleansed. Onwards.
The grass near the Vale of Glory. Vale of Glory. Where was that? I haven't been to Septimon in so long. Vale of Glory. It was like one of the expansions, right? Wait, this is Avenolium. Vale of Glory, I see.
Onwards.
Yeah, it looks so good. Probably won't play on like super max settings. I'll probably turn it down to like very high-ish just to like let my PC rest a bit. But yeah, it's nice to be able to like high should be okay. Let me turn down the motion blur again. And I think ray tracing maybe... I think ray tracing there's not much difference between low and high. It still looks... Yeah, this is slightly smoother and it still looks pretty great. Take a look at these. Mine used to be high and then yeah, exactly. Like I think until like first few patches of Rena Sita it was okay, but then Septimon onwards it got really bad. Septimon would lag so bad, and then Lahairoi is like a lag fest. But yeah, this looks so good. Should we go to the Avenolium? Wait, how do you get there? Avenolium. I got a new phone and tried to install it. It was like 50 GB, bro. I didn't even try. Yeah, it's so bad on phones. I think for updates, it's like it takes double the space, so you need like 120 GB or something for updating like major versions. It's just like crazy. Avenolium is not that. Okay, the reflections look nice. Thanks for the games, Alan. I had to play Last of Us Part 2. Okay. Have fun. Oh, that looks pretty. Well, that was like a mini showcase.
A different approach.
But yeah, I think this setting is pretty good. I think I'll probably play on this, like slightly turned down, but I think fully maxed out, it felt a bit stuttery for me. But this is good.
I
And
shall
it
lead
looks
the
so
way.
good. Holy. Alright. Bye-bye. I think what GPU you got? It's a RTX 5070, but the laptop version. I have a laptop. The water, holy. Yeah, wait, let me remove myself. Yeah. It's a 5070 laptop. Thanks for stream. Yes, thanks for dropping by. I think the laptop version 5070 is closer to like a desktop 5060. It's still
I
pretty
shall
good.
lead the way.
Like in some cases it's slightly better. I think for ray tracing and stuff it's slightly better than the desktop 5060. But because it's in a laptop, it has like less wattage. It gets like 115 watts or something. So it's slightly
different
less
approach.
powerful in some cases. But yeah, okay. Bye-bye. Thanks for stream and Boba Graphics Showcase. Yes, of course. It's like, you know, when you get a new toy and you like playing with it. So yeah, I wanted to see it too. It looks so good and it makes me happy. And obviously I get to show it to people too. That's nice. Alright. Yeah, let's go raid. Let me drop the raid message again. I am going to raid. She. There she is. Yeah, I think she's new to Warframe. She's on Volt, which is like one of the starter frames. But yeah, let's start the raid. Thank you everyone for joining. Good night or good day wherever you are. I love you all very much. Bye bye.